Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to another installment of the ArchCast. Where I am all alone right now. Both V and Dev are late. Little fat Dev. And skinny V, honestly. See, that's the problem. I can't even call him fat anymore. I'm sure he is currently entrapped by the various animals that live within his house and is fighting to break free from the pigeons, dogs, cats, and other four-legged mammals that have invaded his space over the years, plus a couple of aquatic ones in all due likelihood. As for Dev, I'm sure his dinner is just running a little bit late. You know how he is. Listen, it's not necessarily all that simple to pack away an entire farm animal's worth of food in a single sitting in 60 minutes. It can prove challenging, even for someone as driven and experienced as Dev. Whilst we are buying some time then for the two miscreants to show up, we do have a little bit of a funny. I am looking forward to hearing especially the Romanian take on this one right here. It's been all the talk of the last week as the United States Marines, not Army.
I'm here. Hello.
Oh, there he is. Hello, V. Welcome.
Are we live?
We are. Look, chat, it's Romanian.
Shit. Hello.
Now we merely need to wait for him to get settled.
I just need to put my headphones on. Very important.
Very important indeed.
Yeah. What did the guy that asks me about bizarre weaponry? What did he ask me last stream?
Nothing. He simply lamented your absence, but I'm sure he'll have something today.
But does he not know that I can get the question even if I'm not there?
No.
Mm.
There has been no knowledge of the carrier pigeon effect here.
I see. So I was looking this viral video. Apparently it's between Ethan Klein and Hassan Piker. And Ethan Klein asks Hassan about his opinion on China. And Hassan refuses to elaborate.
Well, that's because Hassan is probably being paid by China.
It is so fucking weird, isn't it? Like, that's what I would be thinking. It's like, and even Ethan is like, why is it so difficult for you to have an opinion on the subject?
Shit.
Because you are literally not allowed to have an opinion if you are indeed being sponsored by China. That's kind of the problem. So his refusal speaks more than a million words, shall we say.
Shit.
And it's also like a weird refusal because, like, if you wanted to... I suppose you can easily get out of the pickle by just saying, well, I'm not familiar with the policy in the region. Like, I know the Chinese are claiming this and the US is claiming that. So I genuinely, don't know. Like, you can easily pussyfoot around this issue without, like, acting like you're bought by the Chinese government.
Yes, but the Chinese government is not too fond of pussyfooting, V. It's full-throated support or nothing.
Oh, I see. No, that's not true. Like, I know football players that pussyfoot. So, sorry, basketball players that pussyfoot. And they have interest in China because, like, it's about the shoe manufacturing. So, you can pussyfoot to some extent if you're an American.
And to some extent. But only if you're currently engaged in manufacturing shoes with child labor.
Hmm. So you generally think that Hassan Piker is paid by the Chinese?
Well, I think that the Chinese have many interesting interests in America, which actually brings us to the first little buying time topic for Dev to finish eating a whole roast pork cow. What is your Romanian impression of a $100 million jet fighter simply just disappearing?
It is so fucking bizarre. Everything about this story doesn't make sense.
No. Well, it does. It actually makes perfect sense if you bring in a couple of other things.
So, like, the first thing that I don't get, isn't the pilot supposed to eject the moment there's nothing left he can do? Like, if the plane is on autopilot and it's still flying, like, you're not veering off or anything like that, can you not, like, are you supposed to eject or can you still stay in the cockpit?
Well, there's a couple of things here. So, let's begin with the whole pilot ejecting thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that story has changed, I think, 3 times now. First...
Hello.
And there's Dev, finished eating.
A salad today, don't worry
I
about
have
it.
lost.
A salad, I'm sure. A salad made of whole roast pork.
A pork salad, I'm willing to bet.
Well, there was some chicken strips in it, yeah, but it was mostly lettuce.
There we go. Yeah,
So some pork with some chicken.
Chicken. Listen, chicken's good quality protein. Okay.
Let's see.
So how's it going, guys?
We were just getting into the F-35 as our little initial easy topic of today.
That's right. I first learned about this because you said that you thought someone hacked the plane, right?
Yes, in fact, I'm practically certain at this point.
Oh. I've got a few things saved up on it as well, so I'll toss them your way once you've done your intro.
There you go, by the way, chat. That's Dev's salad right there. Pork with chicken.
Pork with chicken? Is it a meat salad?
So
anyway, guys, hold on, because I'm interested in what you have to say.
The ejecting. First, it was said that he ejected due to being shot at by rednecks, which sounded retarded, even already
No,
then.
that can't work. I mean, it's like 2,000 feet in the air. So
Because the original story, which was particularly dumb, was that the F-35 was put into hover mode for some reason, 2,500 odd feet in the air, which is, reasonable. And then some random redneck, having seen this, just decided to crank up his Garden 50 cal machine gun and crank off a few rounds against the clearly marked U.S. military jet.
Flying at Mach 1.
Well, no, he was hovering, so it was stationary. So they claim.
No, like okay, so they actually released the dispatch call. Apparently, it was a 911 call, which was from a civilian who said that a pilot parachuted in his backyard and he requires medical help.
Yes,
which was very bizarre due to the fact that usually, like, the pilot would probably call his base or his superior officer. Like, I don't know the procedure, but I'm pretty sure you don't call 911. But, like, sure, fine, like the civilian called. And at one point, the pilot actually takes the call, and he describes that he was flying up to 1,000 feet at Mach 1. Due to an aircraft failure, he had to eject. And he's asking if there's any wreckage nearby, if they found any wreckage.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a moment, because the next excuse after it was shot down by a redneck was that it crashed due to bad weather.
I mean, that can happen, right? I mean, with military jets, like if you fly in a storm, if you're flying Katrina.
It theoretically could, yes, but the F-35 is an all-weather aircraft. It's intended to be able to fly in just about anything and everything.
But yeah,
Plus,
but like we have global warming, so like what if you flew into the dunes of Arachnis? And you have like the sand getting into the thing and...
Wait a second. Arch. You have an article here for the second excuse, the bad weather. Where's the first excuse? The redneck shooting at him.
Oh, that was a Twitter rumor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, well, that doesn't count.
And the thing is, the F-35 can fly in damn near anything. Like here is I'll show you guys a picture. This is of the extreme cold weather tests of the F-35. Like, it's capable of flying in weather where solid chunks of ice forms on it. And it was not down by some freak weather phenomenon. That is extraordinarily unlikely.
I suppose, like, if you fly in a tornado, maybe.
Maybe, but weirdly enough, there was no tornado overhead at the time. We also know that, in fact, the weather was clear, because as you mentioned, the next one then that came out was the 911 call. And you can even see a little bit further down in the article I'll post to you there. There's a picture from the house when the military personnel show up, and you can see the sky is perfectly clear. There's not a cloud in the sky, in fact.
Do you think, like, maybe a meteorite?
A meteorite.
Yeah, like
slammed through its
meteorite
wings
hit
or
it?
something.
Yeah, no, like imagine you're flying the plane and it's like clong and going pew, 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 and then you're like eject because like and you're wondering what the fuck just happened.
Struck by a micrometeorite. You know what? I'd consider that a more believable excuse.
And you realize just how unlikely that is, though. But it would be like funny as fuck.
So I do recall listening to the dispatch call, and firstly, yeah, it was called by the civilian, like the guy whose yard he landed in. So I mean, if you're in his position, like a military pilot lands in your backyard, you're probably going to call someone. So it makes sense to call 911. That's
Yeah.
normal.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then I don't know if you guys listened to it though, but the dispatch woman was like asking all of these dumb fuck questions.
No, she has to. Like
Yeah, she has to.
have,
I know, yeah.
yeah.
But there's like a
But
protocol she has to follow, so
know,
she's
no,
asking these questions.
I know why she asked them. By the way, so there's two reasons she asked them. Number one is that most people aren't military trained, right? So most people who call 911 are panicking, so you just want to hear that someone gives a shit about you and talks about your problems.
Yeah,
that's the reason. And the second reason is that if you say something that is like a red flag or whatever, then she tells the doctors, right? So you may be like held hostage or under duress by someone, and if they get that idea, they will warn the doctors that are coming to you. So like, no, the woman did nothing wrong. People who are laughing are idiots. Yeah.
Oh no, I get it. But like, I recall listening to it, and she's asking him, I was like, okay, so how are you injured? And he's just like, listen, this isn't about me. It's about the fact that I ejected from a plane, and the plane probably crashed somewhere. And she's like, yeah, I know, but I gotta ask these questions anyway.
Yeah,
It's like,
and it's also the fact that maybe she thinks he's full of shit. Like, how many times do you get a 911 call and it's like, oh yeah, this is a military fighter jet pilot that just parachuted in my backyard. Like she may, it's more likely that the person is insane rather than the fact that he's actually a. Yeah.
But this is where we come to our third excuse, as the jet pilot claimed that it was an aircraft failure which caused the accident. So presumably, instrument failure, control failure, guidance failure. The thing with the F-35 is it shouldn't be able to fly. It is an absolute pig. It is not designed to be particularly aerodynamic or particularly effective as a fighter. It needs countless computer softwares to constantly minutely adjust every part of the aircraft to keep it in the air and flying stable. Like, it is a beast to fly. So that is a theoretically decent enough excuse, but here's the issue as well. As I'm sure you guys saw, they then placed the entirety of the F-35 fleet on the ground thereafter.
Yeah, I thought like the reason they did this is because there might have been like a technical failure with that specific aircraft that they're worried other aircrafts have the same failure.
Yeah, a design flaw. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that is one potential thing, yes, because there has been some issues with the ALS systems, for example, with the aircrafts. But this is a known problem, so they wouldn't bench their entire air fleet over one incident. It's very unlikely, particularly when they claim to not have known anything about what had happened. They claim that they haven't the faintest clue what had happened at that point still, and yet they made the rather radical decision to stand down the near entirety of the US Marines air arm.
Is it possible, though, that this is protocol? Like, if something happens to a plane and you don't know what, then the automatic protocol is to just ground all the planes until you figure out what?
To a degree, it is with civilian aircraft, but the military is a little more special, shall we say.
Yeah, but, like, if you're not wartime and you're just doing exercise shit, and, like, one of your planes has a critical malfunction and you don't know what, isn't it like more safe that until you figure out you ground all the other planes?
It can happen, but it's usually at the end of an investigation. For example, there was another grounding a few years ago where they suspected that the ejection seat was bad. The explosive cartridges, so the things shooting you out of the cockpit, were flawed. Some of them were alleged to be a little bit too powerful, others not powerful enough. Either way, you're boned.
There's explosives under your fucking ass while you're flying these things?
Yeah, how else do you think they're going to launch you clear of an aircraft like in Mach 1?
If I say the chat will laugh, Arch, why do you ask me this? So I thought the springs, Arch, like, boing.
There is precedence for a grounding of this style, but again, it is usually after investigations and they begin figuring out a little bit around what happened.
But like springs under the chair, Arch.
They would be very, very powerful springs.
Yeah. I think if they malfunction, you would probably not be very okay.
I guess there's two questions. I mean, question one: have they found the wreckage yet?
They
Yes.
believe so.
Okay. Anything special about the wreckage, or do we know yet?
Not that they know of, but at the same time, considering the 3 excuses, I doubt we'll be told a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not the taxpayers' business to know what happened with the $98 billion plane, you know?
And then question two, Arch. Why did you believe that it was hacked? Like, why was that your hypothesis?
Well, to begin with, it was because it was ejected, and they didn't know why. That was why they were panicking and trying to find it thereafter. And the thing is, these things have a lot of fail-safes, a tremendous amount of fail-safes. It isn't just that the airplane is stealthy and so they couldn't find it. This thing is phoning home quite consistently. It's got data links, it's got uplinks with control. This thing should be in de facto constant communication with its base of origins on many levels. And all of that apparently ceased simultaneously. And then the pilot ejected. Now, either this means catastrophic, cascading system failure, the likes of which slaughtered the entire aircraft practically and just turned off the lights. But that's very weird because it continued to fly for 60 miles thereafter. Which means that it sounds far more likely that something interfered with it. And we do know that the primary guidance system used in the F-35 has been hacked successfully before, as it's the same kind of system used in commercial jets. And that one has been provably hacked by American intelligence agencies who were testing to basically see if they could do it.
So basically, you're thinking that the Chinese hacked the American fighter jet.
Well, there's the question. The Chinese would be the most likely suspect for the simple reason that if anyone is going to have the technical knowledge and the expertise and the sheer funding required to even try, it would probably be China. Like, this is not something that Iran is going to be pulling off anytime soon. Even China, this would be extraordinarily unlikely. But I will admit there are several reasons why this hypothesis makes less sense as well. Namely that if the Chinese knew or suspected that they could hack the F-35, they would probably have kept that very, 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 very secret.
Yeah, this is what I was going to bring up. Like, if you're able to do something like this, it can obviously be patched. So why would you do it with a jet that's in the air during peacetime? You know, like, it makes no sense from that strategic point. Like, you're basically giving away your element of surprise.
Yeah, you would save it for an actual conflict if there was one.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a potential.
Hold on. Jesus Christ. What was the fucking guy's name?
The question is whether or not the Chinese knew that it would work. If they actually knew for a fact that it would work, or if they needed to test it, and that's just how they did it, or if they wanted to send a warning. Because this is something that nations do to each other quite frequently. They fuck with one another to send warnings. Like when Russia launches an enormous military exercise right off the coast of England, as they do on occasion, for example. That is Russia going, yep, I know this is going to provoke you, and I'm doing this specifically to provoke you.
Or North Korea launching a missile over Japan.
Yep.
That sort of thing.
Yep.
I thought like the weather balloon was also like a provocation that China sent over the United States.
The spy weather balloon, yes. That was very much so China going like, look, we can do this.
It was very funny because, first of all, they said that, no, this is not like a Chinese thing. And then when the US shot it down, the China was really upset.
Yes.
So it's very clearly a Chinese thing, actually. Okay. So I don't know if you guys remember the Trevor Jacob story from a few months back. I did a video on it. But I had to look into a bunch of aircraft stuff just to see, like, is it possible for an aircraft that has no power and no occupant, no one actually flying it, how far can that aircraft actually glide? Mm-hmm. So there's like a handy online thing. You can plug in certain aircraft like types. So I looked it up, and apparently the F-35 can glide around 57 miles with no engine and no pilot. So you said it crashed at 60, right, Arch? 60 miles away? So it's possible it did. There was actually a malfunction that wasn't a hack, and he ejected, and it simply glided and crashed.
Yes, it did glide and crash. Absolutely. It didn't fly off, shall we say. But the thing is, again, the F-35 requires a hilariously advanced suite of software to continuously stabilize itself. So if there was a malfunction severe enough for the pilot to require to eject, that suggests that something went very wrong. And a lot of that highly complex avionics was probably knocked out as well. Because if the plane was still controllable to the point of unpowered flight, it is unlikely the pilot would have ejected quite so early. Now, that could also be...
A lot of pilots are trained that if they lose all their power, there's no power, no engines, they still know, okay, as long as there's like no crazy weather, I can glide to a field or to an airport or something. And there's usually like, you can message a civilian airport and be like, listen, I lost my engines, I'm going to glide in. Like, that's pretty normal.
Yes, like unpowered flight is obviously risky, duh. And there may very well be military safety protocols in place that basically say, okay, if you lose this in this system, no questions, just GTFO, possibly. But it seemed to have maintained far too much of its systems to be a catastrophic system failure. Which is why I'm kind of thinking hacking. Because in the case of a hacking, the hacker could actually demonstrate that he is in control of the aircraft by moving it around. He can simulate a loss of control of the aircraft. He could make it very clear to the pilot that he is no longer in control, thus causing the ejection.
Yeah, think about it. Like, when you eject from a plane, you can literally kill someone. Like, that plane can land in someone's house. It can land in a highway. Like, you can do some major damage because you don't know where the plane is going to land.
Yeah.
It's also simply the fact that here, let me.
I mean, that is why Trevor Jacob ultimately got charged and convicted for ejecting from his plane, because he did it recklessly and it could have landed on anyone or anything.
I'll show you.
Yeah,
here
like imagine if
the,
it lands on a busy highway.
Of the ejection system of a MiG-29 Fulcrum. So, obviously it's not the same aircraft, but the ejection principle is much the same. There is literally a fucking jet engine underneath your fucking ass that shoots you out of that cockpit. Like, this is not a maneuver you wish to undertake if you have an option.
So basically it's unpleasant.
Yes, you don't want to. You really don't want to.
Like, has anyone described how the feeling is like? Not to mention, like, you're ejecting like at Mach 1. Like, there was a pilot which actually talked about, I think he ejected at Mach 2 or something, like supersonic. Apparently his co-pilot died instantly. And he managed to survive, but like with broken bones and stuff. Like, you're like flying at 1,000 kilometers per hour. And when you get out of the plane, the inertia, the winds, the sheer altitude of it just tears you apart.
Yes, it is an unpleasant experience. Now, I do believe the ejection system in the F-35 is manual only, so there shouldn't be any way that they could have hacked that, mind you. So I very much so doubt it could have been like they hacked the ejection seat, because I'm 98% sure they're manual only in the F-35. There was a brief period where they did have automated ejection systems. It was a disaster, because the aircraft turned out to be far more pessimistic than the pilot, and would tend to toss his ass out.
Can you imagine, like how scared you must be? Like, you're doing the maneuver, thinking you're going to pull the plane out, and then like, boom.
Yep, it's like, bye. Very bad idea.
What is the punishment if you eject for wrong reasons? Because like, you're technically destroying an $80 million plane.
I don't know. Like, I doubt it happens particularly often. I hope so, at least.
Well, do you want military or civilian? Because, like I said, I know the Trevor Jacob story pretty well, and that was a civilian ejection. And he was facing like 20 years in prison, but he managed to like plea deal down.
I
feel like there was
like a reckless endangerment or something. Because the thing is, when you leave that aircraft, he was flying like one of those little Cessna thingies, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Like, those are pretty fucking
like
big.
Two-person. It was a two-person craft.
Yeah, like those are big, and when you have no control over that thing, if that hits a house or a car, or God help you, a person, they're a red smear. So yes, that would be very
Yeah,
dangerous.
yeah. And I mean, the funniest thing about that is that he did it for Ridge wallet sponsorships.
Yes, yes, he
Like,
did it for
and he admitted
online clout and cash.
he admitted that in the court proceedings, which is just
Oh, we're
ridiculous.
talking. Oh yeah, yeah. So that YouTuber, I think, who just like allowed the plane to crash in the mountains.
Yes, he
Are we
pretended to
talking
have
about that?
engine failure.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it was so funny. But
How
yeah,
did
so
they
so
prove that he didn't have engine failure though?
yeah, they did prove it. Yeah, so he since like he pleaded down to some lesser charge, but I can't find the court documents. He lost his flying license, but basically, yeah, because the issue with him though was that because he actually tried to hide the wreckage. He commissioned somebody to go out there with a helicopter and like bring it away to a warehouse. He faced like 20 years in prison for obstructing the investigation. But the actual bailing out, it's probably going to be a few years in prison, yeah, if you do it improperly.
Yes.
I wonder if you actually knew though, like because a lot of people like break rules without knowing that they exist, but that's no excuse, right? So I'm really curious, like when he did it, like did he think he's going to get in legal trouble over it?
Man, I have to think that if you have a pilot's license, you probably know jumping out of your plane and letting it
While
just
the plane
fly
is flying.
off. You probably fucking know that
I mean, he
there's
did
something
it
illegal
over.
there.
Yeah, he did it over a rocky area, but there could have been a jogger. There could have been
Yeah.
a car, like something like that, or just like someone having a picnic.
Well, another YouTuber, what he did was he had a very similar plane. He flew out to the same spot. He shut all of his engines down, and then he glided into a city, like a nearby city, and he proved that with the right winds, it was possible. So it
Hmm.
could have actually just glided right into a city. So, I mean, now he did it specifically to like land there, so like
Yeah,
it
no, I
wasn't
get it, I
stupid.
get
But,
it.
but yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Mm.
but like having a plane crash into your backyard is probably not a very fun experience.
So,
No.
according to the chat, so bear that in mind, chats, the punishment for ejecting wrongfully could be prison, or it could be a rank loss. It's up to the US Marine Corps. And over the course of the entire career of a jet fighter pilot, you are allowed 3 ejects total before automatically losing your privilege to fly a jet. And that isn't because they were wrongful ejections, it's because 3 ejects is all your spine can handle.
Oof.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Oof.
It
Oh, here,
seems
check this out,
unlikely
Arch.
that he would have ejected for not very good reasons.
I do have to wonder. See, now I want to eject Arch.
just
I-
just to try it once.
Yeah, I'm like literally curious how it feels.
Shitty, I
so-
imagine.
This tweet says the F-35 appeared to run through a group of trees before crashing down in the field. So I mean, if it was gliding, it would go through a bunch of trees. Yeah. If it was just falling, it probably wouldn't go through quite so many trees in a row. So it probably was a failure and then a glide.
Well, I'll send you the image of the crash site that I found here too. It's very difficult to tell anything from anything like this, but it seems to have come down at a fairly steep angle. So probably it came to the point of gliding failure, at which point the plane then just fell. Because there is a mathematical point at which there's simply not enough lift, and then it just plonks.
Does it go like that doesn't make that sound like in the movies?
They
When
can
you
hear
get
it anyway. If
Okay,
it's
cool.
coming at you, you'll be able to hear it anyway.
No, I mean in the cockpit, like when it does it go like terrain, pull up, terrain,
It does.
terrain. That's
It
Ah.
beeps at you rather aggressively.
So it's not just a movies thing. It's
No, a modern jetcraft is a very noisy environment because it has alerts for everything. There's a lot of beeping things in there.
so you basically like need to recognize a beep like a 486 computer to know what's wrong with it.
Yeah, kind of, because it needs to have beeps for what's wrong with it. Like, you're like running out of fuel, there's a fucking mountain in the way, etc.
Does it actually tell you like fuel warning? Like,
It does. It does have verbal commands so that you don't need to, open up a instruction manual and go like, right, I have a dashboard error F35C. Indicates imminent collapse, collision with ground.
Actually, apparently a lot of fighter jet pilots say that during combat it's very difficult to tell the sky from the ground.
Yes, it's very easy to get turned around.
Yeah.
So my personal theory is probably a hack, honestly, because there is too many things, there is too many inconsistencies surrounding all of this that just seems weird. Catastrophic system failure seems unlikely. Partial system failure seems more likely, but if that was the case, it seems unreasonable that the pilot would have ejected as early as he did. And there's also the fact that we've had several excuses. Like, the official excuse was bad weather, and then the 911 call came out. Now, there is no effing way the Marine Corps was unaware of the weather conditions in the area where their $100 million jet crashed.
So here's something interesting. Here, Arch, I'll give you 2 articles. Here's one from 2017. Here's one from 2021. There's been consistent oxygen problems with this type of plane.
Oh yeah, the F-35 has been a complete fucking nightmare from beginning to end.
Don't they have like an F-35B? They have like...
Oh, that's the Lightning II.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know basically
that's the one that crashed, incidentally.
There, if you're suffocating inside your own plane trying to fly it, people do tend to eject sometimes. Yes, that seems reasonable.
Yes. It could have been an oxygen failure, as you said, but in that case, well, he might simply have called that an aircraft failure. That's possible. But this is also a problem that has been known for quite some while and has presumably been fixed because the F-35 has had a lot of issues.
Is this like the last generation of fighter jet that the US have?
Yes, this is pretty much the cutting edge.
I heard they have like F-35B, which is $110 million.
Yeah, I do believe this was a B variant. It's Lightning II. But let me just tell you some of the problems, right? Because it's kind of hilarious.
Well, hold on. If the Chinese would hack this, they would basically be telling them, it's like, look, we can hack your like cutting edge shit.
Yeah, it's potentially a warning sign. So initially, this was happened to the B and the C variant. If the flight was traveling at supersonic, so Mach 1.1, 1.2, the fuselage itself, due to the coating applied on the B and the C variant, would begin cracking and deforming. That's a problem.
That's not like a problem.
During certain more extreme maneuvers, the aerial systems that controls the pitch and the yaw, etc., would start freaking out because it couldn't find the ground, or it lost contact with its various aeronautical systems, and it would start trying to trim and adjust the aircraft whilst the pilot was trying to adjust it the other way around, which led to the aircraft spinning out of control on a couple occasions. Another one was an error in the helmet, because you've got those super fancy helmets, right? With the reticles that locks on stuff you're looking at and stuff, the super cool ones. Well, one of them had the green screen of death, which was the equivalent of the blue screen, except green. And it would just stop working.
Yeah, so I'm just looking up how plagued this type of plane has been. There's been 4 write-offs. I think 3 from the Americans, 1 from the British. A Japanese pilot of one has died. Here, let me give you this, Arch. This happened December last year, where somebody was trying to do a vertical landing of one, and he had to eject in the middle of the landing because it was fucking up too much.
Yeah, like the F-35 has been plagued.
If you watch that video, it's actually pretty dramatic to see it like bounce around.
Yep, this is the one I've seen this one where he tries the vertical landing. This is probably another error that is well known. On some of the older jets, the wear and tear of the engine makes it so that it doesn't produce sufficiently stable thrust when landing.
What does that mean?
It means that it needs to point all of its energy down at a very specific angle. Otherwise, it'll start flapping around wildly. And that appears to be what happened in this case, because you can see he actually makes touchdown successfully, and then the engine nozzle begins to try and compensate for that, and it spins the aircraft, tries to spin it over front over end. Or end over front, more correctly. But yeah, the F-35 has been a troubled child for the entirety of its existence. So, simple, just incredible failure is another very, very likely and viable excuse as well.
Yeah, I mean, considering how, like, now that I'm looking at it, I'm finding like at least a dozen stories of something going wrong with these things. It's probably just another mishap, not
Do
necessarily
other
a
planes
Chinese
have the
hack or
same
anything.
issues? Like, for example, do the MiG suffer from the same thing?
No, but the MiG is nowhere near as advanced either.
Yeah.
We will never know. Genuinely,
Well, yeah,
we will never know. They will never tell
No,
us.
I know. I mean, the taxpayer has no concern of how $100 million jet ended up going away. Like, it's not your
Yes.
concern.
It is indeed none of your concern.
The U.S. plans to buy 2,500 F-35s until 2044, and it will be a cornerstone of NATO until 2070.
Yep.
Boy, you guys got to figure some of this shit out first.
It's already been accepted into service. Norway has bought like 12 of them, I think, as well. So let's hope that it was merely a catastrophic failure rather than a hack. We are going to be seeing.
Wouldn't they be able to tell like where the hack is coming from and stuff like that?
Potentially, it depends. Like, if you've got the sort of hardware required to hack something like this, you've probably got the hardware required to hide your footprints as well. And the issue is, unless they can pinpoint the exact security error, which will be difficult with the aircraft in, a million pieces scattered across South Carolina, it can be difficult to determine. Right. Well, we'll go through the handful of super chats that came in about this topic, and then I guess we'll move on to Unity before we go on to the crown jewel of today's episode, Russell Brand, and the fact that the UK government has decided to Alex Jones his ass.
It's more interesting that people justify what the UK government is doing. Like, that's what scares me the most.
Indeed, Dev. We're going to have some hard questions for you on that segment.
Hold on, I'm not justifying anything. I wasn't on anyone's side.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything. We're going to wait for Arch to.
Here we go. Here's V's V's favorite person. God damn it, I can't speak today. Andrew Schmidt says, ask V what the L-48 uses.
It is an L-48, Arch.
L-48.
So what is the difference between L-48 and L-47 then?
Well,
see, if I Google L-48, I see a cello, like it's a musical instrument, so I guess it uses strings.
There you go. It uses strings. That is V's final answer.
It is a cello. Yeah, if you look at L-48, it's a cello. It's a musical instrument.
Yes, it's a cello, according to V.
What is it, Can you show me a picture, Arch?
Isn't it like a big tank gun or something?
Let me see if I can find a picture here.
I will answer the question though. And I've been instructed to say this by a gun nut. You said that V, when Arch is bullying you and is asking you dumb fucking questions, just say it uses rounds, because all firearms use rounds.
There you go, V. I've given you a picture of what he's talking about.
I think it uses shells then, right? Like it's a tank, it uses shells.
Yep.
The thing I believe he's
lost.
referring to is the KWK-40, the 7.5 centimeter anti-tank gun.
Yeah.
In which case, rounds would also be accurate, V. You should have taken his advice.
Yeah, but round is good in every situation, Arch.
Yeah, that's kind of the point, I
Well,
believe.
I mean,
I
it's
guess-
not good if you're firing grape shot.
No, those are rounds as well. The only exception is if you're firing arrows, right? So, like, if you're having, like, a bow, I guess, or a slingshot, then, yeah. Or like, if you have a laser. So if you have, like, a laser cannon, that doesn't fire rounds. But other than that...
I don't know, I'm fairly sure slingshots fire rounds.
Is that correct? Yeah, I think you're right.
I'm pretty sure, seeing as they're spherical and everything.
Oh, wait, no. Chain shot isn't a round.
Well, that's 2 rounds.
You think so? You think it counts?
Yeah, rounds. Yeah, plural. It's in the word rounds, plural. Silly Dev. Artemis Fowl says, weather art, Chinese weather phenomenons. Clearly. Maybe that was what they were doing with those weather balloons. Lucian says, will you consider doing more videos on creatures from Warhammer, or is that perhaps on hold? Watching guests punch Ethan Klein in the feelings is intense in some weird way. Well, I will be doing more Beasts of the Old World at some point, but I don't know exactly when. It's more of a, like, spur of the moment series.
Oh man, so I have been watching the current Ethan Klein drama. He's finally realizing that all the communists he's surrounded himself with are fucking retarded.
Well, like Hassan Piker and the
Yeah.
China thing, yeah.
Yeah,
We talked
he's
about
like waking up and being like, "Oh my god, is everyone here a retard?" It's like, "Yes, Ethan."
It's not that he's
Yes, they
retarded.
are.
I think he is bought by the Chinese. That's the only explanation that me and Arch could come up with.
What, for Hassan?
Yeah.
No, he's actually retarded.
No, man. Like, they're... Okay.
I don't think if you sat down with him and had him actually explain detailed ideas about Marxism, he could do it.
No, but that's true. But that doesn't deny the fact that he's also... The way he acted, like refusing to say anything about Taiwan, is almost like he's bought by the Chinese. Like, there's no other explanation for this.
Well, did you see him on that one Tanky podcast, like last week or something? He went full mask off. So he went on a podcast just full of a bunch of Stalinists, right? So he was outside of the healthcare please liberal sphere that Ethan's kind of part of. He went over to the Stalinist part of YouTube, and he went full mask off, like full just anti-American, pro. Just you call me a communist? You haven't heard this guy yet. He was.
Yeah, but like that, just because there's people more radical than you doesn't make you less of a communist.
I'm not even a radical, V.
No, I said that, like, just because there's more radical people than you doesn't make you less of a fucking commie. It's kind of like saying, oh, wait, you're not a right-winger because, like, this other guy is more right than you. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
So this guy, basically Hassan was going full anti-America, full anti-liberal world order, revolution against everyone, like just straight up Stalinist stuff. It's like, well, okay, so you're not actually some sort of libertarian socialist or some bullshit. No, you're just a fucking tanky, Hassan. Okay.
The tanky is the inevitable endpoint of all Marxism.
Absolutely.
Yeah, didn't Hassan, like, at one point when he was on the Young Turks, he said, like, we need to arm the workers, and I think, like, Araka Spirit was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny because, like, there's this fracturing on the left, like the American left right now, where you have all those people who, like, they don't want to overthrow the state. They don't want to end communism. They're just like tax and spend Democrats, right? And they're looking at the people that they've gotten into bed with, and they're like, "What the fuck? How did I not notice this 4 years ago?" It's like, oh, okay.
Probably because they don't understand. Like, there's just a lot of them that are very, 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 very stupid, straight up. And they don't understand their own ideology, and they certainly don't understand what it leads to. Now, Ethan Klein is still guilty of being a very dumb person, and I will not forgive him, even when he makes a return.
I think that's
Put up
actually a
better
lot of it.
tankies.
Yeah, is it like a lot of them went just so anti-Trump that they were willing to take anybody else who was anti-Trump,
Service
even if they were
guarantees
communist
citizenship.
revolutionaries. And now that that kind of period of politics is coming to an end, they're looking at their allies and going like, these people are also just as bad. Like these people are fucking retarded.
Look who I got into bed with.
Exactly.
ARC5 says it's illegal to fly at Mach anything over cities. At 2,000 feet, you would be blowing out windows and might be hitting civil air traffic. Yeah, he was probably flying fairly leisurely. CJR902 becomes a member. Thank you very much, sir. And so on the lit says, CIA, why would Russia do this? That's a good question. Why would Russia do this? I mean, we can't really trust the CIA either after the whole pipeline debacle.
What was the pipeline debacle?
Oh, you know, when the Russian pipeline to Germany blew up suddenly and everyone blamed Russia for blowing up their own pipeline?
That was like the most dumbest thing. And like somehow they managed to do like some mental gymnastic to try and make it work. And it's like, no. Like that was literally the only negotiation card that Putin had on the table to get Germany to fuck off. Right? Because like if you're in Germany right now, and you know, like the people don't like the fact that you're hostile with Russia and you're making the gas prices go up, and people will put pressure on the government to stop. Well, if there's no pipeline, then people can't put pressure on the government because the government goes like, "What pipeline? There isn't any." Right? So
Wait, are you guys talking about the Nord pipeline?
Nord Stream,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. See, I thought that was the UK that did that.
No, UK doesn't have the balls. It was probably America.
I thought that it's Poland, but apparently it was probably America.
I don't think the Poles have the gear either, honestly.
I think they would, like with America's blessing. It would probably, you know, be a joint operation. Because like when you do operations on another continent, you kind of need like another government there to give you a base and provide you a base of operation and an HQ.
And give you their blessing.
Yeah.
So maybe the British or the Poles actually were like okay with it or helped America out or something.
The British are kind of far away. That's why I don't think it's them. Like the Poles were closer. And they also have a motive to dislike Russia. So.
CJR902 says, I forgive Dev for living in Ontario. That's very kind of you.
It's a nice place.
So John says, ejection systems are so powerful, they can permanently reduce your height through compressing your spine. Ejections
Jesus.
can make you a magnet.
I don't believe that. I think like if this is your
lost
spine, you're probably going to be paralyzed.
All you gotta do is go to a chiropractor and have him stretch your spine out again. You'll be fine.
Yep.
No, it doesn't work that way.
All you need is a reverse ejection seat on your head, I guess. Artemis Fowl says, Arch, was there any Chinese state actors in the area during the time of the crash? So, Artemis's little conspiracy theories. Although this one's an interesting one, because I've been unable to find sources on this verifying it properly, but there were allegations that a Chinese civilian aircraft filled with a Chinese delegation heading to the, I think it's the UN building in New York or something, was on the airstrip that the F-35 had recently taken off from, which adds a little bit of extra spice to the discourse, doesn't it?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think China's capable. China sucks too much.
In conventional military, absolutely. But their cyber warfare division is actually pretty advanced.
I don't know. I don't trust that cheap plastic society. I don't think they can do anything. I think they're a paper tiger.
The, what was it again? There were some investigations launched into the Chinese cyber warfare divisions not that long ago.
Guarantees citizenship.
And they surmised that a lot of the hacking attacks made against... There was a wave of attacks against hospitals, for example, for a while. was actually orchestrated by the Chinese government indirectly as essentially a test of their capabilities, to try and figure out what they could hack, what they couldn't hack, and to figure out what would raise flags with the US government, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But their cyber warfare division seems to be relatively competent, but there's a long way between relatively competent and actively hacking military hardware, so who knows? Then again, considering all of the other problems the F-35 has, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me if there was a blatantly obvious back door in there somewhere. Probably marked with the Chinese flag or something. Mexonton says, disasters in aeronautics like this is as old as the industry itself. Speaking of, Black Pants Legions has a great video about just this in early aviation. Oh yeah, like, the issue is, aircraft are really, 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 really goddamn complicated. And so it doesn't really necessarily take all that much to send one spiraling to the ground. As particularly modern, supersonic aircraft, again, every single piece of that aircraft, every part of the wings, the tail, etc., everything needs to be perfectly maintained and perfectly pitched at every moment. Like, even the slightest degree of deviation can have catastrophic consequences.
Can you imagine how it was to be like a World War II pilot and you just like gotta learn to fly and like probably your first flight is in a dogfight as well, and you just have to figure it out?
Well, fortunately, the early aircrafts were really goddamn slow, and most of them also had double wings or triple wings, which gave you a lot of lift. Lower speed, mind you, but it gave you a lot of leeway. Whereas modern fighters, you kind of want to do away with as much wing as you possibly can while still maintaining enough lift to stay in the air. Because the wings really are just drags. You know, beyond the point where they provide the necessary lift to the aircraft, anything above that is kind of pointless.
Yeah, but like, even so, I was talking about like the fact that you didn't have like a VR system to learn how to fly. You just like get in your plane, and there's other people trying to kill you.
Yep.
Well, what I recall reading about World War I planes, right? And nobody thought that having like an air division of your military was even serious. I recall reading like British guys would hop in their little planes and then fly over Germany, and they didn't have any weapons on these planes, right? So they just flew over, and they ought to look at, oh, here's where all their troops are, okay? Sometimes they'd wave to each other, no one really took it seriously, and then he'd fly back and then give them the intel, right? And as soon as they realized they could put guns on planes, it actually became an issue.
Yeah, because like the original World War I planes, like it wasn't. I mean, it was called a plane, but it wasn't like anything similar to a World War II plane. So yeah.
Well, there was actually a whole lot of interesting complications there, because the earliest weapons aboard aircraft were things like bricks and ropes, which they tried to hit the propellers with. Then they moved on to revolvers and pistols, and eventually they put machine guns on them, but getting the machine gun to fire forward was a big problem. Through the rotor,
yeah. Yes. Yeah, like how do you fire through the rotor? How did they manage to get it to fire through the rotor?
Well, one early French solution was to armor the rotor.
Jesus Christ.
The theory was that it would deflect the bullets that hit it, and it did work, but there were two small issues. One was that one of the first aircraft down by this deflected a bullet back into the aircraft's engine. Another one, since the rotor was connected to the primary, shaft of the engine to spin the rotor around, repeated impacts against the rotor would literally shake the entire rotor free of the engine.
But, oh Jesus! But like, why would the pilot even believe that it would work? Because like, if I'm told that it deflects, I'd be like, okay, but like, it deflects into what? Well, and it's obviously the answer is like backwards, right? Like,
the thing was, originally they just fired straight to the rotor, not caring, because they reckoned that the odds of hitting the rotor were pretty damn small. Because in comparison to a bullet, the rotors actually turn fairly slowly. That was when the armor came in, because it would just deflect, the occasional bullet that hit it. No big deal. the British came up with an even more ridiculous solution, and that was to cover the rotors in gaffer tape, which would hopefully hold the rotor together for long enough to land.
Fire is the answer.
So when I looked this up, it was they eventually came up with two solutions. One is to put guns on the wings, so they're not in the way of the
that
propeller.
sounds more reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah, and then secondly is they added a mechanism so that when you pull the trigger of the gun, it doesn't actually pull the trigger. It operates a secondary trigger, which then only fires it pulls the trigger in between every rotation.
Yes.
So
what you're talking about there is the interruption gear. And there were two of those. The original French interruption gear, it would fire the gun except when the rotor was in front of the gun.
Fire is the answer.
This turned out to be a problem because the machine guns at the time were so fucking unreliable that depending on how hot they were, how many bullets they'd fired, etc., and the timing of the shots would actually vary, which meant that it would still shoot right into the propeller on occasion. It was the Germans who figured out that no, instead, we will only allow the gun to fire when the propellers are the maximum distance away from the gun. So instead of stopping the gun from firing when the propeller was in the way, it would only allow the gun to fire when the propellers were guaranteeably not in the way.
So how did they eventually, what was the final solution?
Well, that is the solution. That was used throughout World War II, the interruption gear, where when the propeller is at a level, off to right and left, then the gun can fire. All the rest of the time, it can't fire, which might sound very restrictive, but again, this propeller is spinning at 800 rotations a minute or something.
well, I mean, the eventual solution was to stop using propellers in the front of the plane.
Well, no, we never really stopped doing that. We switched them out with jet engines, but stuff like pusher aircraft never became a thing, really. They were absolute garbage. Also, do you know why they didn't put guns on the wings of World War I aircraft?
Why?
Because the wings were made out of fucking tissue paper and plywood. They would break.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, they were really light.
Yeah,
they were still doing the Da Vinci style of flying.
Yep. They were absolute garbage. Right, an impromptu history lesson in the middle of everything else.
Let's talk about the brand of Russ.
A couple more that's relevant to this, then we can get onto it. Fort Volcadia says, we ordered 52 F-35As, not 12, so 52 F-35s.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Andrew Schmidt says, bonus round V. What does an M81E1 shoot?
I'm going to stop answering him because he never comes to my streams. Why does he only do it here? He doesn't appreciate me as a person and keeps asking, what is an M5821? What is that? M what?
He's set a trap for you here, V. He set a rather clever trap for you here, in fact.
It's not a gun.
No, it is a gun.
It is a gun.
Yeah. I'll send you a picture of what carries the gun.
It's a boat, probably.
It's not a boat either, although I do believe it was amphibious, if I remember correctly.
See, now we're moving from guns to cannons, though.
No. It's not a cannon either.
It's a turret?
It's a turret. Well, it is a turret, that's true, but...
It's just a turret, yeah. It spins and it fires, so
but what does it fire? What does the turret fire?
Probably shells, I think. Isn't that the one that reacts to when a rocket comes near it, and it kills the Allied soldiers as well?
No, it doesn't fire a shell V. It fires a missile.
Oh,
yep.
Okay.
An anti-tank guided missile.
Is it like Vietnam War type of shit?
Yes, this is on the Sheridan, I believe.
Service guarantees citizenship.
How the fuck do you fire that in the middle of the jungle? It's going to hit a tree.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't designed to be fired in the jungle to hit a tree.
Then why the fuck do they take a tank that's not designed to operate in the jungle and they put it in the jungle and they give it that shit?
Well, I believe you could also put HE rounds in it, which is far more effective in the jungle, I suppose.
Hmm. See, I was thinking about like the first time they made active reactive armor. They had like shells that would automatically explode whenever they detected the missile coming to the tank. So like if you fired an anti-tank missile, it would literally like explode with shells, like trying to get it to explode before it hits the tank. Unfortunately, like as we know, like troops use tanks as cover. So like if the tank would detect that there's a missile, it would go like bang bang bang, and then like everyone around the tank was dead and eviscerated.
Era, yes, explosive reactive armor. Some
Yeah,
of it was
yeah.
better designed than others.
Yeah.
Dryfeet says, Canadian-Indian situation. Trudeau foot in mouth, Chinese influence, or actual foreign government-sanctioned political assassination? Canadian-India situation. What's the
Is
what's the
the
Canada-India
government- is the-
situation?
Okay, so there's two parts to this, okay? One, a prominent Sikh individual was killed here in Canada, and it seems to have been a political assassination, and there's some evidence that the Indian government was involved. Two, Trudeau has massively stuffed his foot in his mouth with India over it.
Well, screw
This is
Trudeau,
just
I
like-
guess.
This is just like scandal number 872 for Trudeau. It's kind of ridiculous how much he's been fucking up in the past few years.
So Canada is accusing India of assassinating a Sikh leader in Canada. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, and I think there's at least some people in India who have been like, yeah, we did it. It's like, well,
Yep,
okay.
that was us. Now what, Canada? Nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the name of the guy. Give me a second.
Eric just asked, have you seen the saga of Tanya the Evil? Yes, I have. It's fantastic. It's great anime. And he
You
also
know that
asks,
apparently one of the
V.
writers is a Marxist?
Well, I don't think the writer was. I think one of the artists was or something.
Well, I think like one of the writers. But like the thing is, like it shows that you can be ideologically possessed and still write a character that's not part of your ideology.
Possibly. Eric just also asks, question to V. Will there ever be enough DACA?
No, needs more DACA.
There you go. Artemis Fowl says, Dev, China steals U.S. state secrets regularly. They do that, yeah. They do. They're quite good at it.
You know, like apparently it's so like over the top, like especially like during the period where like racismus was the moral panic in the United States, which apparently has died down a little bit now. It's transmophobismus, but like when racismus was a problem, you had like Chinese citizens that would work at an American company like Apple or something, and if they were caught, you know, taking photographs or like stealing stuff, they would just pretend that, well, you know, it's different culture. Like, we didn't know, we're not allowed to take it, blah, blah, blah. Me no speaking English. And people were afraid to prosecute them because, like, they would be viewed as racist. So, like, the companies would just let them go.
Sounds
Okay, here we go.
reasonable.
I pulled it up. There's the guy's name is Hardeep Singh Nijar.
Hard Deep Sing.
Nijar. Yes.
Nijar.
That's the name.
Yeah.
Nijar.
So he was born in India. He moved to Canada in 2007. He's involved with the Free Khalistan movement, which is like an area of India that has it's an area of India that has a lot of Sikhs there. And there's apparently like you know how these sort of separatist movements work, right? There's the more moderate people who are like trying to win independence through voting and they're not using violence, and then there's the more extreme people where you have the terrorists who are like attacking the state, right? So it's the same sort of thing. And he's been an outspoken proponent of Sikh separatism in Canada. And then it turned out that he was basically just gunned down in British Columbia. And Canada found some evidence it was Hindu nationalists, who are supported by the current Indian government. So this has been a whole big fucking thing where Canada's accusing India of carrying out a political assassination on their soil, and India called back all of their diplomats and Canada called back all of their diplomats, and India's refusing like Canadian travel passports now, and America's trying to like
question.
calm everyone
Fire
down,
is
and it's
the
really not
answer.
working. It's basically one of those shit shows where like an immigrant community shows up and brings all their bullshit over to the West.
Dude, Canada keeps moral lecturing. I almost used the
I
other
have
word
lost.
that Arch probably
Shit.
knows whatever. Canada keeps moral lecturing India. It's like, oh my god, you got a farmer protest. Oh, well, it would be a shame if you squash it because that's anti-democratic. Hey, turn off those bank accounts for those trackers because we're having a democracy here. India, don't you fucking dare do the same shit. You know, like I genuinely dislike Canada's foreign policy. So if they're in a shit show, good.
To be honest, it's Trudeau's foreign policy. Canada wasn't
But-
like this before Trudeau.
You
It won't be like
fucking-
this after
no,
Trudeau.
Guaranteed
Canadians voted for him.
citizenship.
Shut the fuck up. Stop defending it. No. Silence his compliance. You know what? Go to Brand of Russell because I want to ass fuck Dev over this shit. Go to it, Arch.
What do you mean? We're probably going to agree.
No, we're not.
Sure we are.
You just don't know it yet.
I mean, who knows? Who knows? Now, here's the thing. Trudeau has a minority government. All right. Most people did not vote for Trudeau in this past election, and his
yet
his
he's
polls
in
have
power.
gone way down since
It
then.
is in fucking power. Shut the fuck. Anyway, right.
No,
So
no.
Brand
Do
of
you know
Russell.
how a minority? No. Do you know how a fucking minority government works?
Listen, Dev. Right, Brand
Yeah?
of Russell, the UK government
Yeah,
pressures.
okay,
right,
yeah,
hold
go
on,
ahead,
hold
go
on.
ahead.
The UK government pressures social media to ban this guy, right? Like the entire government, well, not the entire government, but like an arm of the government is interested in what an individual is doing on YouTube and other social media platforms. Do you agree with this?
No.
All right. So why the fuck is it that when YouTube did it back in the day, you were like, "Oh, it was a suggestion. It was a suggestion," and you literally
Wait.
had an
When did you
argument
say
with
this?
me.
Where's this
Yeah,
coming
the
from?
First fucking stream you came here, Dev. And the first fucking stream you came here, when we were talking about the pandemic, and we were
Yeah.
pointing out how like Biden's administration was telling YouTube and other places like Twitter to take down stuff, and you were like, "Well, you know, if the government says it, it's just a suggestion. They don't have to fucking do it because look." I can show you
Okay.
that in the
Oh my
past
God.
they suggested it. They suggested it, and social media said no. So therefore, it's not a bad thing. And I'm like, but like,
Hold
now,
on. Hold on.
yes, I'm
Hold on.
holding on. I'm holding
Okay,
on very tightly,
get-
Dev. You need to
okay.
say something really nasty to unhinge me now, because I'm holding so fucking tightly like I've never held before. Give me your rebuttal, Dev.
Okay. So there are degrees to this, right?
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a
Yes.
spectrum,
Yeah, of
Dev.
course, there's fucking
like
degrees to this.
Oh, it's like autism. It's a fucking spectrum now, is it?
Yes, it is. There's a spectrum. So-
Holy shit! All right, which
So,
which
for
spectrum
example-
is larger? Is the gender spectrum larger than this spectrum? Or like how large of a spectrum are we talking about?
Okay. So
Right. Yeah.
without us yelling at
Paris
each other
is
and
the
going
I'm
place
kind
not
of
yelling
wild.
at each other. I'm
Fire is
yelling
the
for
answer.
comedic effect. I'm not. Yeah.
No, I know. Okay.
I'm not
So in
actually
actuality,
yelling at
like-
it. Yeah.
In actuality, if a government requests something of a private business,
Mhm.
that can be
I
bad.
have- I
It can
have
also not be
lost.
bad. It can just be like a whatever thing.
No,
The issue ultimately is if the private business does it. That's the difference, right? So for example, I mean, so Arch, the story is Russell Brand was accused of sexual assault, basically, and there seems to be
Well,
some
actually,
proof, but not
I-
great proof.
I gotta stop you right there because this is one of the
Okay.
the little problems with this whole thing.
Okay.
So I need to find out. Slightly out of order. There we go.
But before
Um,
Ash goes, I just
okay,
want to
yeah.
ask them for clarification. Which
Yeah.
is a situation where the government can ask a private company to do something that you would find acceptable?
One, if there's
So-
no threat. Hold on, let me actually say it.
I want to clarify.
hang on,
Like what
hang on,
can
hang
the
on.
Canadian government tell you to do with your business that you would find acceptable?
Well, if it's my business, if I personally find it to be a reasonable request, Like here, let me put it this way. All right, let's say here's a few hypotheticals. Let's
Mhm.
say I own a business, right?
Yeah, you own a YouTube
And-
channel, right? So
Well,
like Trudeau asks
Okay,
you
go ahead.
to do something with your YouTube channel. What would you consider a reasonable request?
Well, if he
Service
asked me to do something that I agreed with, I'd do it. If he
Like
didn't, I
what?
wouldn't.
But like what would be something
Yeah.
that you think it would be acceptable for the government to ask you on your YouTube channel that you would agree with?
I mean, I don't know. If
I
he
have
handed me some
lost.
money
Shit.
to promote a position that I also just agreed with on my own, I'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll do that.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about, right? Like we're talking about when the
This is an
government.
example, V.
No.
not
We're
the same
talking
example.
about an example when
Guaranteed
they would say
citizenship.
for you to to not do something that you're already doing, right? Like in the case with Russell, right? They're telling social media ban this guy. So basically, they're telling them this is how you're operating until now. Stop operating this way, right? They're not like buying ad space, which is what you're describing. Right? We're not talking about like the government wanting to promote some government program, which okay, fine. No, we're talking about like changing the way you do business. Like even though your TOS is not something that goes against what this guy's doing, they want to make an example out of him and get him banned, right? So that's
I don't agree with
like
that,
yeah, like what exactly would the government ask you that you'd find reasonable on your channel? Like for example, what type of subject would you have to drop, or what type of guest you shouldn't have on, like that type of thing.
Oh, so what I wouldn't do, not what I would do. Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, probably not much because I'm going to do what I'm going to do regardless. If they want to pay me to do what I was already going to do, that's one thing. But like, if there's a story that I want to talk about, and they say we'll give you all this money, don't talk about that story, I wouldn't do that.
But like, what if they would say, like the Canadian government is coming to you and they say, stop going on the ArchCast, right? So it's like a request. Like they would say there are allegations of fascismus against Arch.
Yep.
And we require that you stop going on the ArchCast, but you still come here.
Yes.
Really? All right.
Yes.
So like, how many people in your positions do you think they would also just not listen to the government? Like, just be like, fuck you.
I have no idea.
Can you speculate?
I think a fair number, but probably not the majority.
I am telling
maybe,
you, Arch,
maybe
if the
like
Romanian
a
fucking
40,
government...
60?
No, Arch, if the Romanian fucking government would threaten me, because this is a threat, by the way, it's an implied threat. Like, even if you can't read between the lines, that's fine. But, like, if the Romanian fucking government tells you, like, do not go on the ArchCast, do you know what I do? I don't fucking go on the ArchCast now, because I'm just one guy. The fucking Romanian government has got billions of dollars and lawyers and shit. Like, it's not like most people who just want to operate a business and make money aren't going to fuck around and find out, So, like, this is why it's immoral when a government is going and telling a private business, hey, don't have this guy on. Which is literally what we were talking in the first stream that you came here, when we were talking about the pandemic and the requests that the US government was having against social media platforms, and we were like, no, it's fucking immoral, and you were like,
hold on. There is a difference. There is a difference, though. And the difference was what Arch was going to talk about, which is regarding the actual Russell case. We should probably talk about the Russell Brand case first and then come back to this.
Arch, enlighten us. Like, what is the difference between this and when the US government
hold on. Arch, enlighten us about the Russell Brand case first.
Yes.
Okay, so the nature of the allegations is sexual harassment, or what is in England referred to as sexual assault, which was him being physically and emotionally abusive towards her. That's one of the more obfuse ones. Another one claims that he was sexually assaulted. Again, this is the modern definition of sexual assault, where she told him that she wasn't going to sleep with him, and then he got very angry and yelled at her.
Wait, this is a crime?
Yes, according to the UK.
Okay.
Did it happen in the UK?
This was in Los Angeles, no.
Okay,
well, then who cares?
So basically, this is my question, right? Let's assume, for the sake of the argument, he's innocent of all of this. Now, if that is the case, how can he prove that he is innocent? What must he do?
Well, he can't.
When did these? Yeah,
but
like when did these
that's
happen?
the thing. It's not he who needs to prove anything here because these are allegations.
Yeah, like normally, see, in a fascist society, as far as I know, these things are taken to court, and the accuser supplements their accusations with some proof, like text messages, witnesses, like anything. And then the defendant looks at the accusations and they can have an alibi or defend themselves and say, like, no, it's not possible because I was in LA during all of this. And she says it happened in the UK. But, like, in this situation, in this scenario, where like, the accusation is the punishment, how can he prove? I saw Anna Kasparian foaming at the mouth on the church going, well, if you don't want this to happen to you, then don't rape women. How about that? And I'm like, Anna, what if he actually didn't? Did it occur to you that maybe he didn't? So how can he prove to you that he didn't? What must he do? What would be convincing enough? Oh, but it's the allegations. Okay, but there have been allegations against the US election. Why is those allegations unfounded? And these allegations very serious. There have been allegations against the BBC. There have been allegations against many things which are still on YouTube. I'm pretty sure they have been allegations against the Young Turks. What are there allegations against Cenk Uygur at some point when he was with the Justice Democrats or shit?
Yeah, I remember that vaguely.
Yeah, like why do those allegations not count, right? So it's obviously not about the allegations. Like you need to consider that I am mentally deficient in order to believe that this is about the allegations.
Of course not.
It's not about the allegations.
The third woman simply alleged that he was abusive towards her, calling him a groomer, in essence, which is an interesting choice. And
I feel like she was 16, right? So that may be like the only one that's
that's
genuinely
the 16
concerning.
Well, actually, no, it's
Well,
the fourth one that is the most serious one. And this is the one that might have some evidence. This is the accusation of rape. Well, this is the accusation of what we would term sexual assault, but again, the definition of this has changed drastically over the years, as she claims that he had trapped her in a bathroom and was grinding up against her with his dick out. That's the allegations. Then she said that she needed to go pee, and he let her go. And this then, supposedly, the Times, or whatever, claim that they have medical records proving this in some way. So presumably semen, I'd guess, right? This is the one that is the most criminally dangerous.
I have heard that there might be medical records, but I haven't seen them yet.
No,
I mean,
no one
I have
has.
seen this. Here, I'll put this. I have seen that one of these cases. It's probably the most serious case in the same way, that there's some sort of sexual assault claim that was actually filed with the police. So I mean, here's the thing: whenever you see like a Me Too allegation and you see someone coming on screen and like crying, "Oh, this guy raped me 10 years ago," it's like, well, why didn't you go to the cops, right? Why? And that's always the first question that you ask, and it's a reasonable question to ask. But it seems
They
like
will
there
say
actually
that
has
they're
been-
afraid, and I'm like, afraid of whom? Like we're not talking about Don Corleone. This is like Russell Brand, right? And not only that, like
Heresy's
you're
the
in the
question.
UK,
Fire is
which
the
is like
answer.
incredibly feminine, friendly towards women. I mean, you have literal hotlines that are specifically designed for this. You have cops that are trained how to handle this. And as you can see, like when they came out, everyone is like, "Oh well, we believe you. We're going to just ruin the life of this guy without any trial, without any sort of like verification. We're not even going to wait." It's like now. And what's interesting is like there have been allegations that were disproven in the past. Like only recently, this BLM activist apparently ruined the life of a white woman from a university because like she misheard what she said. I Google it; it's a thing. But like my point is, when these allegations are proven later on not to be true, no one apologizes, right? Like if people were genuinely invested into this and they genuinely care about honesty, the first thing you do, like when people found out that Johnny Depp didn't do it and he was found innocent in the court, they would have to apologize. Like that would be like literally the first thing. It never happens. Ever.
Never happens. Yeah.
They
I know,
never
like-
get their life back. They never manage to get
In the same way, I think Bill Cosby was eventually found not guilty. Kevin Spacey was eventually found not guilty. You know, a lot of the big, high-profile targets of Me Too ended up being found not guilty.
And they
The
never
big
get
one
their
who
life
wasn't
back.
was Weinstein. He
Yeah.
was ended up
Well,
So-
most of them were leftists anyway. But like my point is, it never happens that they get their life back. And what's interesting, every single right-wing commentator, without exception, is either getting demonetized, suppressed, or kicked off the platform. Steven Crowder, Alex Jones. I feel like the Hodge twins are the only ones that haven't experienced fuckery. But like if you think about like major right-wing political pundits, how many of them are still intact? I mean, even Sargon is demonetized. Lotus Eaters is demonetized. Yeah.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I know recently, like Fresh and Fit got demonetized, but that happened to them because they were going hardcore in the Jewish question. They were like leaning into that shit really hard, and it's like, all right, I guess they
Who's
don't
Fresh
want
and
you
Fit
to.
though? Like hold on, because I
They're,
think like
they're a red pill podcast.
I think like if you're talking about who I think you're talking, they didn't get demonetized. They had like their Google ads suspended. Is that it?
Hold
Like
on,
they were
wait,
saying
hold on.
that it was a very weird demonetization because like they still have the green icon and everything.
Here, I'll post the channel in the links channel. It's these guys.
Now, the thing you found, Dev, is a little bit interesting, because that alleges that happened in 2003. Now, the allegations made in the media was between 2006 and 2013. So this seems to be a further allegation that has been volunteered by the Metropolitan Police. So this doesn't appear to be another alleged victim. This appears to be the police department themselves saying, hey, we have a police report pertaining to this person from then and then.
Heresy's the
That's
question.
very interesting.
Fire is the answer.
Why would the police volunteer that information normally?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, in Romania, it happens when.
I think-
You go on.
Well, I think police records like this are generally publicly available. You just got to ask, right? So like, it's like, well, was this filed? It's like, yeah, okay, it's filed. Like you can look these things up, right? So, but if the police were the ones who came forward to offer them to the news, that does well, unless like the news asked them to look it up, and then the police were like, okay, we got to look at it. We'll go into the archives, give us a little bit, and then they came back with it. It could be something like that.
Well, apparently, according to this, in a short statement, the Metropolitan Police said, on Sunday, September 17th, the Met received a report of sexual assault, which was alleged to have taken place in Soho in central London in 2003. So, it sounds as if this is the police who made the statement, rather than being poked by anyone else. Yep, London police in London, when they said they received a report of alleged sexual assault after media revelations. Yes, this was something that they talked about. They were not prompted by this. By the way, I can read it in writing anyways. This appears to be separate from the investigations by the Times and then Times Channel 4 television. So this appears to be the police themselves volunteering this information without being asked for it. Which is very interesting. But we know actually kind of why. Because, of course... let me see here. There we go. I'll put that one in the link channel as well. This is one of the letters from the Culture, Media and Sports Committee of the UK government. In here, they talk about the very serious allegations in reference to the BBC. This is to the Director General of the BBC. Let me read this little segment here. As you told us when you last appeared before the committee on 13th June, the corporation has needed to learn from past mistake and any complacency is misplaced. This is reference to the BBC. I welcome the internal investigations that the BBC is undertaking, but I would be grateful if you could set out the timescale by which you anticipate these investigations will be complete, and ask that you keep the committee updated on progress. It would also be helpful if you can provide details on how people with information relevant to the investigation can contribute should they wish to provide any new information or raise concerns. Please could you also assure us that whilst respect and potential police investigations, all information that can be disclosed publicly will be so. Finally, we urge you to encourage people to report incidents to the police. So this is the UK government urging the BBC and presumably all official organisations to volunteer any and all information. And they are also urging them to report it all to the police. That is the government, the people in charge of the legislature, saying, report this.
Hold on, Arch. This is one person in the government. It's one MP. This is not the united voice of UK's parliament or anything.
No, this is the chair of this organization. This is not one person. This is the organization.
I have to actually look this up because... I wonder if I can find it. Apparently, she did this without the consent of that organization, of the Culture, Media, and Sport Committee.
It doesn't fucking matter, Dev. It doesn't fucking matter if she did it.
Hold on. It absolutely does matter. Of course.
Why isn't she fired then? Why isn't she fired then?
Because if you're an MP, you have to be voted out. It's not something you get fired for.
No, you can. You absolutely can.
You absolutely can. Yeah, like especially if you're doing what you said, like she acted
Service
without the consent of the
guaranteed
organization. There should be the platform from that organization.
Here we go.
There's
I found it. Okay. Yeah, Carolyn Dinklage urged to go as it
she
emerges.
apparently like ran the censorship during COVID as well. So like during COVID, the Britain had a censorship government, which operated in secret. Now, what's interesting is that at one point, Labour thought that this is going to be dissolved. So the controversy wasn't like, why is this thing operating in secret behind closed doors? The controversy was like, oh my god, the Tories are going to dissolve the censorship committee. And apparently they were like, no, we're not dissolving it. Like, it's still going to be there. But I feel like she was in charge of running it. Now, if you look at Britain, they're passing the online safety bill. If you read what the online safety bill is, it requires social media companies to remove stuff which is legal but harmful. Like part of the things they're requiring to remove, right? Legal but harmful. It also destroys anything related to encryption in order to protect against terrorism and child grooming, of course. Because the thing with child grooming is like, it's different than CP. Like CP, everyone knows what it is. It's like, it's a picture, right? Like you can train AI in order to recognize these pictures. But like what grooming is more difficult to recognize, right? Because you have to like look through the messages, understand context, etc., etc. So basically, like they want the government to be able to access your private messaging, whether it's like WhatsApp, Facebook, like everything should be open for the government to look at any point to protect children, obviously.
Service guarantees
And
citizenship.
I do believe that the reason they're picking on Russell Brand, because I'm wondering like, who the fuck is Russell Brand? Like, why are they so gung ho against him? Like he's not saying anything that a taxi driver would say. You know, like he's just like echoing the same shit that people on the streets talk about. And the reason that I think is that he's not big enough to cause other conservatives to rally against behind him. Like if they were to go against Ben Shapiro or someone like that, or the Hodge twins, like they would have like more conservatives rallying behind. But he is also big enough so that people do know who he is in order to like make a wording out of him, like make an example, right?
Yeah.
So and it's more like about the social media companies themselves rather than Russell. It's like basically showing, look, if you are going to be like Rumble, we're going to make an example out of you. Like your advertisers are going to leave, and we know this from Twitter. Like Elon Musk said, organizations like the ADL, they're not the only one, but there's others that control what the advertisers do. So like if you and they work with the government, so like if you piss them off, they will tell other sponsors, like usually major corporations, right, to pull out advertisers from it, to suspend their ad policies. So like they want to make it clear that if the government tells you to do something and you don't do it, there will be financial consequences for it.
So there's a few things here, because one is that Russell Brand has spent a lot of his life as like a hippie style lefty, right? You know, all about free love and doing drugs and like, you know, ascending to the astral plane, all that hippie bullshit.
He was also
But
a self-proclaimed feminist for a little while.
Yeah, but what comes along with that particular brand of leftism is anti-vax sentiment. And 10 years ago, there was absolutely a very strong anti-vax wing of the left because they were all about being naturalists and stuff. But they're pretty much gone now. And now a lot of he kept up the anti-vax stuff in the COVID era, where that's not on the left, that's on the right. So I think that's basically what painted a target on his back.
Yeah, but like why?
Throughout COVID, he was talking anti-vax stuff.
Yeah, but like again, it's not during COVID. Like you know, like this conversation is over. It's 2023. Like we're not in 2020 anymore. So like I do not think
they
that this
started
is about...
investigating him in 2019, mind you.
Yeah. So I think basically they've had him on their hit list and they've been waiting for an excuse, and this is the excuse.
It is also that
then...
he has become more right-wing, because today's modern-day leftism is very pro-corporate, so long as they're on the left side. Russell Brand is very anti-corporate.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the problem that I have. Like, let's assume that the allegations are true. Let's assume he's an actual rapist, right? There are so many rapists, like, convicted that have YouTube channels and social media presences. Arch went through a list of them.
That is ridiculous, yeah.
Like,
that is the interesting thing, because the real tale of this is, again, the pressure. Now, Dev, that's actually an excellent find you found there. The reference to Caroline Dinenage, the woman who wrote this. Now, she has been censored by one other person. The committee has not disavowed her, so we don't know the status of that. But this other person on the committee claims that she has not sought appropriate approval, shall we say.
Yeah, that doesn't mean she wouldn't have gotten the approval, right?
No, but it is an important part of the conversation.
It is an important part, because she presents herself as the organization. She keeps saying we, for example.
Mm-hmm.
But that is even fucking worse. Like, if you have an unhinged loose cannon as the head of an organization and uses the power of that organization in order to punish people she doesn't like individuals, right? That is even a worse thing then. And the very fact that no one is showing concern, like, get the fuck out. I don't believe it.
Well, I think people actually are showing concern. I think this is starting to snowball into something bigger. So, I mean, government does move slow. Maybe we'll see some action taken against her in the coming weeks. You know, this is still a pretty new story, all things considered. But I mean, V, you did say this earlier. A lot of people in the chat said it. Is that, it doesn't matter if she's the government. It's like, well, no, it's not that simple, right? Yes, she's the head of this committee, but the very fact that she is putting out a letter, acting like she's speaking as the committee, and then it turns out others in the committee are saying, hold on, you don't speak for us, we don't agree with this, we didn't come together and agree this was going to be our line per this committee. That's actually very important, because it does she's now basically painted a target on her back. And it also means that no, this is not just the monolith of the government acting against Russell Brand. This is one person who is improperly using her position, and that means that action can be taken against her. So
not
hopefully it
just
will
her.
be.
That is
Okay,
a theoretical. I would also
Yes.
present the opposite theoretical, which has that is the person who are criticizing her, who is the one individual. We will have to
I
wait
would
and
go
see.
forward, and I would say
We'll have to
that
see. We'll have to
it's.
see.
I would point out that the BBC is the one that caused Russell to get demonetized, according to the BBC.
Yes.
Right? Like they had an interview where they went. So we asked YouTube, right? Which I assume is the same what April did. Now April is the person that Tim Pool exposed, or was it E.L. Myers Chung? I forgot which one. I think it was Tim Pool. Like basically she went to Chase Bank in order to deplatform someone. So like the way she did it, I think she was like a journalist for the Washington Post. I may be wrong. It was a publication anyway. And she sends like them a letter saying that, oh, do you know that you have fascists that your bank is funding? Sorry, no, you got clients in your bank that are fascists. Like, what is your statement on this? Please answer quickly because I'm on a deadline. So their answer was to like deplatform the
Service
guys,
guarantees
right?
citizenship.
And then she wrote an article saying, oh, this bank is deplatforming them. But like, this is a tactic that journalists do, right? Because they're not just reporting the news; they're agitator and propagandists. And I think like even the proponents of the online safety bill in Britain said something like, the competition is not between the mainstream media anymore. It's not like between BBC and CNN or The Guardian or Sky News. The competition is between corporate media and independent media. And independent media is filled with misinformation, lies, and conspiracy theories. So we need to crack down on it. Like they're literally explaining that there is a competition between like citizen journalists and corporate journalists, and they have to take the side of the corporate journalists and defend the reputation and the honor of the
Service
corporate
guarantees
journalists using
citizenship.
government power. Like I mean, like all of this is just on the surface. Like they're not hiding it. Like you can read about it. It's not like a conspiracy or anything like that. And the thing is, like people agree, right? Like most people are fine with it because the way it's presented, it's to save children, it's to fight against extremism, right? It's obviously like not in order to squash political dissent.
Mm-hmm. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's an old saying: if you justify whatever you're doing by saying it's good for the kids, people will basically fall you off a cliff.
It's good for the kids, or it's to fight extremism.
Now, on the point of the UK government here, what is going to need to happen for me to believe that this was a maverick woman is that she is immediately fired and that she's never allowed to work in politics ever again. Because the way this is written, in fact, I'll just read it for you here. I'm writing concerning the serious allegations regarding Russell Brand in the context of his being a content provider on Rumble with more than 1.4 million followers. The Culture, Media and Sports Committee is raising questions with the broadcasters and production companies who previously employed Mr. Brand. She is at no point suggesting in any way that this is her doing this. She is clearly displaying herself as the head of this committee, and not even just as the head, as the committee itself. So,
So the thing is, like, a lot of these committees will have their minutes public. So it probably wouldn't be hard to go and look up exactly, oh, did you guys come together and meet about this topic and then come to a conclusion, or are you just pulling this out of your ass? It's probably pretty easy to verify it. I haven't done it myself. Maybe I will for a future video or something, but it's probably pretty easy to verify. I guess the issue then is, like, what would you expect to happen if the right thing were to be done? Because she is an MP, and to lose your spot as an MP, you do have to be voted out of office.
No, I think she should lose her spot on that commission, but I genuinely
Yes,
do not
I agree with
think-
that. Yeah.
I genuinely do not think that the British government has any interest in renouncing the power it has over deciding who gets to speak on social media and who doesn't. Like, the online safety bill is clear proof that they're trying to push this, and she supported the online safety bill, by the way.
Yep.
The BBC attacking an individual person, another proof of this. And apparently, like, this is not spoken, but like there was a reporter from Great Britain News which pointed out like the things against Russell's are just accusations, so we need to wait and see. And apparently they're under arrest now. So I don't know. Like to me, this definitely seems as if they're trying to test the system. They're prototyping a system to see how much they can get away with it. Like what can they do?
Shit.
What type of outrages they're going to be? What is the backlash? What is the pushback? What companies are willing to play ball and what don't? Because otherwise, none of it makes sense, right? Like, who the fuck is Russell Brand? Unironically.
Pharisee's the question.
Sure, he's got like a
Fire is the
couple of
answer.
million subscribers, but like, he's not really that big. He's not really that major, you know, in the grand scheme of things. He's not like an Assange type of figure, basically.
What I would actually say,
He actually is pretty famous, to be honest.
is a bit of the
But
opposite. I don't think this is them testing anything, because this isn't a new system. This is the old system. This is the system they've been using for a very long time. I think they are simply trying to cancel him like they've cancelled so many others, but to a greater degree. Now, Russell Brand, as a mainstream persona, him going out and attacking the mainstream is like having a Judas in your midst. It's somebody who is in the know telling you that these people are lying. It's more persuasive. And he is rather famous, and again, as a man on the inside. This is the full Alex Jones treatment that they're giving him. They are going after every part of him. He's already lost his agent. He has lost his spot in his producer, like the producement house that once ran him. He has lost his monetization on YouTube. TikTok has been contacted. BBC has disowned them, of course. The man has been, for all intents and purposes, wiped off the internet in a week. And the only reason why we even know about this is because Rumble made the letter public.
Shit.
So
It's also
I think this
interesting-
is the old machinery.
But the thing is, like,
hold on. I don't think that's true, Arch. I don't think that's true because the story of Brand's the story of his YouTube channels being demonetized went viral before Rumble put the letter out.
yeah.
This was
I
already
mean,
brewing. Yeah.
The thing that bothers me is that people like legitimately agree with the statement that like let's assume that it's a criminal we're talking about, right? So like an actual rapist. I believe that if you're a rapist, you should go to prison, you should do your time, you should pay any fees that you're required, and when you're out of prison, you should be able to rehabilitate and get back to your life. Because if you believe that just because the person is a rapist, that they shouldn't have access to social media, why stop there? Why should they have access to rent a house? Why should they have access to get a job? Why should they have access to this and that? Now, you may say, well, yeah, but rapists deserve it. It's like, okay, but like, what if it's a false allegation? Or what if the person generally didn't do it? And it's not like, the next question comes like, why stop at rape? Why not hate speech? Why not other crimes, right? So like, if a person is accused of a crime, like let's say you're a trucker and you're protesting or whatever, then does that mean that your entire livelihood should be ruined because, you know, like the government just doesn't care about the old system where you go to prison and you face justice? Like that now it's about like having your entire social media account destroyed and your bank accounts taken over and that type of stuff. Like at this point, and ironically, like I would rather go to prison
I have lost.
than to live in a first world country where you don't have access to banks, where you don't have access to get a job, where you don't have access to social media. Like no company will hire you without a social media presence. First thing they do, like the HR lady, the first thing she does is they look at your Facebook, they look at your Instagram, they look at what you're posting on social media, because you can fake a resume, but you can't fake like 10 years of social media presence. So if you're in a first world country, like we're not talking if you happen to be in Africa and Zimbabwe or something. No, if you're in the United States, you will not be able to get a job or a bank loan or anything like that if you don't have social media. Like they are targeting the very identity that you have in order to destroy it because they know that by doing this, it's even worse than sending a person to prison. Because at prison, at least, you do your time. You get out. You manage to have a lawyer. You get to defend yourself. You can't do any of this with the persecution level that they're doing.
Well,
So V, why do you think I'd be pro this? Because I'm not.
well, we can get to that in a moment. But
I mean,
what is
if you
interesting
want
here
them-
is
Yeah,
a
go on.
standard has been set, right? YouTube was contacted and they went, okay, he's been alleged of these things. So that's the standard, right? That is a standard at which point you are demonetized, correct? And fair enough. Okay, let's assume that's a fair standard, right? The BBC
a
should
big
be
assumption.
demonetized. The BBC has been accused of sexual assault on multiple occasions. There are people on YouTube right now that have been convicted of assaulting women. Chris Brown has a YouTube channel. If this is the standard, a lot of people need to lose their monetization. But as V says, that isn't it. This isn't a standard. This is simply, oh, this person is in the crosshairs. Kill.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of YouTubers who have allegations against them. There's a lot of YouTubers who have actually done it, and they're still monetized, and they're still making videos, and so it really is. You know what it seems to be. I mean, you could say that it's a political persecution. That's possible. Another possibility is that it's simply just YouTube reacting to whatever goes viral. So if something's big enough, YouTube reacts. If it's a story that doesn't go viral, YouTube ignores it. If it's a story that does go viral and it's on the headline of like every newspaper, every website, then YouTube
Yeah,
will
but
do something about it.
we saw in the Twitter files that it's difficult to believe that it only happens at Twitter and it doesn't happen at Facebook or YouTube. There are government agents that are working hand in hand with these corporations, like actual spies from the CIA and the NSA and like other government organizations that have like contact with these social media companies, and they basically order the social media what to do. If you're on social media and you're interested in making money and you're beholden to the shareholders, it makes absolutely sense. It's like, all right, well, it's just one guy. Do we really want the shitstorm? No, we don't. So like, just get rid of him. And obviously, like for YouTube to just like demonetize him and not to actually ban him off the platform, like that shows that probably even YouTube doesn't agree with this take that he should be completely silenced.
It's also a bit of two sides of the same coin here. The size of the outrage, that is, of course, the machine in action. Because when the Times released this, everybody was in lockstep. They do what the media does when they've got a plan, where you can just see the same precise headline, like in 12 different newspapers.
This is why they said that there is no competition anymore, right? Because they're not competing with each other; they're organizing with each other.
Yes, it's the bat signal going up and destroy this man.
Like for example, even though me and Arch
Fire
agree,
is the answer.
we don't collaborate on stories. Like I don't go with Arch and say, hey, let's all release a video about this topic and let's release it within like 5 minutes of each other so that it creates more impact. We don't do that shit. And honestly, the only time it happens is like maybe there's like a major controversy and like the Unity thing and like everyone talks about it because you talk about it because everyone is interested and you get views. But I don't go with Arch and I say, all right, well, this guy, Dev, he really upsets me. So like, let's all just make videos about him, talking shit, having like the same talking points, and all YouTubers like have to disavow Dev and blah blah blah, right? But the media does. That's the difference.
Well, it is a part of the sphere, right? Because this did happen on YouTube as well. When everybody was more cliqued up, there was signals as well. Like, okay, we defend this guy, we don't defend this guy, or we attack this guy, or we don't attack this guy. And I think that is simply just an aspect of...
I've never experienced that. Like, maybe lefties do it, but like I never was told. It's like we attacked this guy.
Well, no, we haven't really been part of that circle. Like, if anything, we in the Sagarunian sphere have been somewhat unique in this regard.
The only time that I actually did talk to people was like when someone got silenced, like someone lost their channel, and I would contact the Quartering, and I would contact you, and I would contact. It's like, hey, like this guy got like for example, Lisa, the VTuber. Right, like when she lost her monetization, I actually asked you and several others in the Quartering, and I was like, "Come on, like let's, she's a small VTuber, she's doing her best. Like let's signal boost on Twitter so that @Team YouTube hears." But like, I've never been told it's like you need to distance yourself from this person or you need to disavow this guy. I think it's only like in lefty circles when it was like,
I
like, this
absolutely have.
problematic.
Like, I absolutely have. Yeah, I've been told to distance myself from Dev on multiple occasions.
I mean,
oh really?
Yeah, but like subscribers would tell me that it's not like a
no. Like I've been told by other people. I've been told to distance myself from Sargon. Those were from the people who stabbed me in the back first in the 40K community as well. So there you go.
Yeah, I have experienced that as well. I like people who are more left than me are like, why do you still talk to Sargon? It's like, oh yeah. And then I've had people who are more right than me do the same thing. And it's like, fuck off.
Well, if anyone wants to come up to me and tell me not to talk with anyone that I talk about, they can just fuck off.
They'd better be the government, otherwise.
Yeah, they better be the government, unironically. Like, if you're the government or some representative from YouTube, like maybe, right? I would actually tell Dev. I would be, Dev, look, there's this representative of YouTube came up to me, said I should stop talking to you. Like, I hope you understand. No hard feelings. No, unironically, that's what
hold
I
on.
do.
I'd still keep talking to you, V, if someone from the government said don't do it.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck. Like, if you're morally, if you have mental issues and you're willing to risk your channel, your livelihood, that's fine. But like, I would understand if you came up to me and said like, V, this, Susan Wojcicki came to me and it's like, I'm not CEO anymore, but I want you to stop talking to V, and you'll be like, all right, well, I'll stop talking to you. I'll be like, you know what, Dev, I understand. Like, it's your business. I get that you don't want to get in trouble with your boss. I fully respect that. I wish we could do more collabs. Maybe a bit should. But I understand if you don't want on YouTube. That's fine.
You see, I just wouldn't do that. I don't care.
All right, well, hold on. Twitch has a rule where you're not allowed to stream people that are banned. Would you go on Twitch and talk about Johnny Somali? We show pictures of Johnny Somali on Twitch.
Who's Johnny Somali?
You really don't know who Johnny Somali is?
No, sorry.
To show pictures of Destiny, then.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I don't care.
Then do it.
If it's
Dev's
ever
Twitch
relevant,
career
sure.
is over.
I mean, okay, I've definitely said bannable slurs on my Twitch channel, and
No, that's not the same. That's not the same. See what I think, Dev. See what I think, Dev. I think that you say the right thing, but you wouldn't actually do it. I do not think that you would actually get your Twitch banned by breaking the rules in such a stupid manner.
Hold on, I definitely don't care about my Twitch. I get like 30 viewers on there. I don't give a fuck.
Shit. All right, but like, assuming YouTube would have like the same thing, right? Like, let's say on YouTube you would not be able to allow to show people who got banned, right? So you'd not be able to talk about anyone that got banned on YouTube. I do not think that you'd just break that rule and get your channel banned. I think you would say you would, but I don't think you'd actually do it.
Okay.
Because it's like your livelihood. Yeah, like it's your career, it's your business. It's like, I do not think you'd do it.
Nah, I just make a new channel.
It would get banned as well.
New name.
Unironically.
I just have a new name. You
That's what they did to Sargon.
Well, Sargon's channel's still there.
Yes, but
those
it was demonetized because they associated with people that were persona non grata.
Mm-hmm. No,
but
I'm still gonna.
What a lot of the people are wondering, and I know I got this from subscribers when I was streaming yesterday, because a lot of people, when they saw the UK government thing, sent me that. I was like, "What's Dev going to say about this? He's going to be pro this, isn't he?" Because most people thought that you would actually be fine with this. So we then
Why would I be?
We then pose the question: when the FBI arrives at Twitter headquarters and goes, "Remove this, please." Why is that the government just asking, and this, the government sending letters to Rumble, is wrong?
So like I said at the start, there's degrees, right? So if you hold the position that the government just simply shouldn't make requests of private enterprise ever because it's inherently coercive because they are the government, you can hold that position, but I don't think that position is necessarily true. The difference ultimately is what kind of content are we talking about that is getting removed and why, right? So for example, what I do know is that from the point of view of the government when it comes to the Hunter Biden laptop story, there's some instances that this might not necessarily be true, but let's just roll with it. There was a belief among some people in the government that the Hunter Biden laptop story, they had some idea that it might be false, and they were telling places like Twitter and Facebook and other places like this to say, hey, listen, we think some bullshit is coming down the pipeline. We recall how there was some bullshit back in 2016. So if you see something that looks sus, you should probably ban that stuff, because it might actually be disinfo from. Hold on, wait, let me say this.
Yeah, but
come on, man. I've let you speak for like 5 minutes straight.
Yeah,
man. So
I know.
Okay.
Just say the cringe. It's fine.
Say the cringe. So basically, the different. Yeah, I'll speed it up then. Okay. The difference ultimately is that Russell Brand is not accused of anything quite as serious as, let's say, a foreign power attempting to spread nonsense that's going to influence an election. All right, these two things are not comparable, I don't think. So, for example, if you're saying, "Hey, Russell Brand was accused of rape," take him off your platform. That sounds very unreasonable. However, hey, we think this story is meant to actually unduly influence the election. That's a much more reasonable explanation. Now, if you think that cover story was just completely false, that's a different conversation. But here, if you assume that the feds actually thought the Hunter Biden laptop story was made up to try and tank Biden's ability to get elected in 2020, and the Fed said, "Okay, this is bullshit. We got to go around and tell Twitter and Facebook this is bullshit so they can take it down because someone's trying to pull some shit again." That's a much more reasonable excuse to do it than
No,
canceling
it's
somebody
fucking
because
not. It's
because they have
fucking
a rape
not. No, I disagree,
allegation.
and I will tell you why it's not. Even the
Okay.
second one is not, because like first
Okay.
of all, right now there has been proof that the FBI actually knew that the story is real, and the second reason it's
That's not quite true, but yeah.
it's not up to the government to decide what's true and what isn't. Like if you have misinformation, you as the government can put out a statement, you can debunk the misinformation, like you can fact misinformation with fact. It is not the job of the government to silence public opinion, even if it's coming from another state. I mean, we live in the age of technology, right?
Mhm.
Obviously, there were like pressures from the UK and other governments so that Trump doesn't win. Like Germany, for example, there were actually German citizens that would go on various forums and places on the internet being anti-Trumpers and whatnot. How is that not foreign interference? You can't now have an election in the era of digitalization without having like other people having a take in your political system. It's bound to happen, right? Like for example, in Hungary,
That's
the
true. But
United
this is a bit
States
different.
believes
This is a
that
bit different,
yeah,
though. Yeah.
no, it's not different. Just because like it comes from like let's say that the government of Russia itself would
Mhm.
push for a disinformation campaign.
I
You
have
think like
lost-
the government of the United States can't debunk, right? Like it's not about debunking; it's about control, and it's simply about playing sides with one of the candidates versus another. Like, how would it be different if, let's say, some people in the US did it versus if the Russians did it? And not only that, when you look at Hungary, right, you got like Viktor Orban, and he's being called a fascist by the EU and the United States, and they're all trying to obviously they're trying to create their own social media spin. Um, or even worse, actually, I think in Uganda, like Twitter itself decided to ban the account of the president until the Ugandan government banned fucking Twitter. And then Biden was outraged over it. How is that not election interference in another country? It's the digital age. It will happen all the fucking time. So no, I do not think it's an excuse. I genuinely like that.
Here. Let's assume for a minute. Here, well, we won't use the Hunter Biden laptop story. We'll use like another example. Okay, so assume that in an election you actually have a place like Russia or China that is actually running some gay ops and is actually trying to influence the American election,
What
and
type
then
of
that's
ops?
gay ops,
Why are they
gay
gay?
ops.
Why isn't like a heterosexual now?
It's an expression. V. Do you not know what gay ops is?
But do you know why they're called gay ops?
Tell me why.
It's because it's people sitting on Discord together as if they're gay doing the op.
Okay, Jesus Christ. I'm using a phrase, V.
But it's
Hey, listen. Assume that some power that is not friendly to America is going to plant a story and then put it out there to try and influence an American election. Assume that, okay? Assume it's actually happening and it goes viral on Twitter. What do you think the appropriate American government response is?
Debunk the information, show to the public how they know that it's coming from that particular government, like what evidence do they have to prove that it's from Russia, and then just simply debunk the claim.
Okay, but you don't think that part of that should be to message Twitter and say, "Hey, you should probably ban this story because it's fake."
No, because I don't trust the fucking government.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
I actually agree with you on this. Okay, the better option. Just hear me.
I'm in dismay. Hold on, just let me hold on.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I need a second. I need a second.
Okay, sure.
All right, I'm with you now. Go on.
Okay, so obviously the best possible response is to debunk the story. Right? The story will remain lodged in the minds of some retards, but if you debunk it properly and you debunk it often and you shout it from the rooftops, good speech wins out over bad speech. That's true. Okay? So what we can say then is that the American government's response if they decided to censor the story instead, that wouldn't necessarily be an evil response. It would just be the wrong response. I wouldn't think that that was some kind of evidence that they were doing something malicious, just that they were just being dumb.
The fact that the American government, which has a free speech amendment, is able to decide what social media does print and doesn't print, and it's
Well, hold
actually
on.
going,
That's
it's
different,
not
LV.
going to be abused. No, it's not going to be abused in the future. And you have faith that like this is a system and a power that the government should be able to possess, and is not going to crack down on the free speech of its own citizens under the guise of protecting against misinformation, disinformation. I'm
Hold
saying you're
on,
incredibly
V.
gullible.
Nope, no. Because here's the thing:
Hmm.
when you started that sentence, you said that the government has the power. They do not. That's the point. All right. And this is where you and I will simply disagree, because the government messaged Twitter and asked them to take it down. They didn't. They did not direct them to take it down.
I see.
And
So
that's
it's
the
like,
difference. And that's the
yeah.
difference.
How is it
But
different with the UK government asking? Oh no, hold on.
So,
I know.
no, I'll
I know
tell
the
you. No, I'll tell you how.
difference.
I'll tell you how.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I know. It's because the difference is severity. It's because Dev has subjectively decided that what's happening with the Russell brand is not as important as an election, which apparently, according to statistics, if this was released, by 15% of the people would have been swayed to vote differently, and there may have been a different outcome. So in other words, when it's swinging an entire fucking election, you don't think that's important enough, right? But when it's about like one guy, I think like it shouldn't happen.
Heresy's
Period.
the
I don't
question.
fucking care
Fire
why
is
they're
the
asking,
answer.
right? Unless they have a court order, which I'm pretty sure the government can do, or if they criminalize something, which again, like I'm pretty sure you can do. This is how democracy should work. Like if you don't want, I don't know, people who have been convicted of sexual abuse to have a social media account, you can pass a legislation for that, right? But they're not doing that. Instead, they're trying to do it behind the doors. They're trying to do it by showing muscle, by showing power. And your answer is that, well, if Don Corleone comes to your business and wants to set it on fire, you can just say no, right? I have a problem with that. I don't think Don Corleone should go to anyone's business. I think Don Corleone should just fuck off.
I don't think that that's an accurate comparison, V.
How
I
is
really
it not
don't.
an accurate
Well,
comparison?
hold on. Well, you said like 5 things I need to reply to. The
All
first
right.
thing is that I have subjectively decided what the standard is. And the answer to that is yes. Yes, I have. And so have you. And so has everyone, because we're all moral legislators. And at the end of the day, we all do subjectively decide. All right? The reason that
But
you say
we can go
no,
around
no,
that.
no,
We can go
no,
around
the,
that. You can literally
the
just
reason
say
that
no one is allowed to do it. If I say
yeah,
no one
and,
is allowed to do it,
and
then
that's
it
a
doesn't-
subjective declaration, V.
It is. But what I am saying is that when you put the thing at 0 and you say no one is allowed to do it, even if I were to think later on that, okay, maybe in this case it should have been done, because we have the standard that it's not allowed, it doesn't fucking matter what I think after that, right? Like
No,
if we
because,
just...
because that standard is still in
Fire
line
is
with
the
your
answer.
subjective morals.
So basically, my subjective morals, which can be objectively quantified, like no one is allowed to do it, period, right? It's a line that shouldn't be crossed. Versus your subjective
Heresy's
moral
the
that in some
question.
cases it should
Fire
happen, in
is the
some others
answer.
it shouldn't. Don't you feel like yours are a little bit more subjective than mine?
No.
Like they have a little bit more leeway, that they have a little bit more legal room.
That only matters if you value or disvalue leeway and wiggle room. So listen. This is Sargon's critique against the liberal playing at objectivity here. All right, this is what I'm getting into. It's the idea that what liberals will always say, well, listen, you have all these various political groups and they're all biased towards themselves. But liberals aren't like that. Liberals are open. We allow everything under the umbrella. We're completely free. We open up the doors. Everything's allowed. That's why liberals are different. But the truth is liberals actually aren't different, because it's within liberal morality to want to do those things anyway. This is why you say like liberals are always oppress anti-liberals, and socialists always oppress anti-socialists, and fascists always oppress anti-fascists. Liberals play at being objective, but they're actually not objective.
I don't know like what you're talking about when I actually said that no one should be allowed to do it. Who am I oppressing? If I say the government shouldn't be allowed to make any request of private social media companies to deplatform or to censor a story, how is this oppressing anyone, Dev?
What I'm getting at, V, is that when you say no one should be allowed to do a thing,
yeah,
you're presenting this as an objective standard, it's not, because it's still in line with your own subjective morality.
Right, but my subjective morality can create objective standards, Dev.
No.
Hold
Here's the issue. All right. Here's the issue. All right.
Right.
The-
If we agree,
no. Just
no,
wait. Okay.
Alright.
So the issue ultimately is that when the SJWs of yesteryear said everything is political, they were actually right. And that's why the liberals lost against them in every single
I
arena.
have lost.
Because the liberal argued for objective, neutral locations in the cultural space. And the SJWs said, no, we view that objective, neutral space as fertile grounds for ideological
Heresy's the
colonization.
question.
And then they came
Fire is
and
the
they took it.
answer.
All right? If you are not actively promoting your own ideals, you will simply be overrun by somebody who is.
Yeah, but Dev, listen, I'll explain it one more time. If
Okay.
if the statement is that in some cases it's okay, in others isn't, that you're leaving it up to the interpretation. If I ask 5 people, they'll give me 5 different responses. If I say the government isn't allowed to do it, that anyone who is asked, in this case, should they do it, if the standard is not a fucking allowed, shall not be infringed, it
Mhm.
can't be any more fucking clear than that, Dev. Like, there is no
Well,
more...
Considering
There
the
is no
status
more-
of the Second Amendment in America, I don't know about that.
Well, yeah, but
Exactly.
it's-
Right? This is kind of what
Yeah,
I
but
mean.
this is why they're not able to take the guns away. It's because it should not be fucking infringed, right? Like they didn't
They're
when they
taking them
wrote the
anyway in a lot of
constitutions.
places.
Yeah, but that's because like people consent to it. But like in many if the founding fathers would have written what you said, Dev, and they would have written that some guns should be allowed, some shouldn't. It really depends on like what people think, and you know, like the government should be able to restrict some guns. I guarantee you, no one would fucking have guns today. If they would have written it like that, but at least when you
Mhm.
write it as
Heresy's the question.
shall not be
Fire is
infringed,
the
like
answer.
do not fucking do it, it's clear as fucking day when someone is violating the principle. The problem is that not everyone agrees with me, right? Not everyone agrees with me that the government shouldn't be able to tell if a person should be banned off social media, if a news article should be suppressed on social media. There are people, a significant majority of them, who agree that the government should fucking do it. So until those people exist, enjoy living in the fucking system where something that you support can be cracked down by social media.
So
I'm not
just
the
wait,
guy
just wait. You just said that the problem ultimately with the way with the system is that not everyone agrees with you.
No, not everyone
You
agrees.
just
with
said
the
that. You just said
principle.
that.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go on.
Not everyone agrees with the principle that it shouldn't be done. The reason it shouldn't be done is because if we allow to do it, then whomever is in charge of the government is going to abuse this power, right? So if you say should not be infringed, like the government doesn't have the right to infringe on people's speech. I believe that the American way of having the First Amendment is a really good idea, and it allows citizens to be able to talk freely, and that's how an open democracy functions, right?
Mhm.
People
Yep.
do not agree with me with this state, right? People believe that actually, if I believe it's okay, then it should be done, right? They do not believe that my principle, which benefits everyone, because if your guy is in power, sure, you want him to abuse that power, but when the opposition is in power, you don't want that. So if you have this principle that no one does it, even when your opposition is in power, they still can't abuse that strength because they do not have the ability to do it because it's, you know, everyone agrees shouldn't be done. And this is how our society actually used to function. It's how we used to function in the 90s and we used to function in the early 2000s. We used to function based on principles. But now we don't have principles anymore.
So here's the thing. Like, I completely agree with you, V. But the nail in the coffin of that position is understanding that when you say something like, this party only wants the rights for them, and then this party only wants the rights for them. But I want my principle
Service
benefits
guarantees
everyone. You said those
citizenship.
exact words. My principle benefits everyone. But that only matters if you value the idea of having principles that benefit everyone. And because you do, and because I
Service
do,
guarantees
that means that
citizenship.
our principles are actually being fulfilled. And the people who don't share that principle, their principles aren't being fulfilled. All right? There's a necessary component of this conversation where even though the liberal standard is tolerance and openness and freedoms and rights, if you come up against people who don't value those standards, liberalism must necessarily oppress them.
Service guarantees citizenship.
I am all for liberal oppression.
I mean, so am I. Yeah.
Primarily of the government, mind you.
Like
And YouTube.
I'm completely okay with this, actually. Like if liberals have to oppress anti-liberals for our society to work, I'm fine with that.
I am
But
100% pro-oppression. And we should start
Anyway.
with social media companies.
Well, to wind it back though, V, all the way back. Okay, all the way back. If we're talking about specifically, should the government come in and talk to private business about stuff like this, whether it's the Hunter Biden laptop story or the Russell
Service
Brand
guarantees citizenship.
demonetization situation? For me, the standard is, have they been convicted of a crime? And even then, that's not really that great of a standard. Like, if you're guilty of something, should be able to have a YouTube channel? Yes, of course. That's not a great standard. And or is this an operation from one of our enemies? That, I think, is the difference. Russell Brand isn't an enemy of the United States. All right.
See, this is why I don't get my way, and this is why social media is censored. It's because people like them. They're like, well, actually,
What do you mean?
the government. No, it should never do it, Dev. There is no possible reason why the government should come in and tell the telephone company that they should ban people from having a fucking phone or listening to your phone.
I agree.
But then you're like, oh, but if it's a foreign threat, then it's fine. Oh, if it's for the children. Oh, okay, fine. So then have your fascist government. I don't fucking care. like honestly, how the fuck did we operate for so many years without the government listening into your phone, checking your private correspondence, going through your mail, right? That didn't happen.
Well, do you want to know, V? Do you want to know the black pill? We never did.
Pill.
We never did. It was always that way.
I do not think it was the way it was today. I do not think that the government would go through your letters and check to see your private correspondence, or that they would come and bug your phone to listen to what conversations you had with your friends and family. I think that's the case.
I think post 1945, that's just how it's been. The Red Scare, that's what that shit was all about.
Well, I'm pretty sure there were people that disagreed with that, and that I would be on their side. Now, if no, seriously, unironically, I do not think that the government should have the ability to listen in on people's private correspondence. Unless someone is suspected of doing something, then fine, get a court order, and then it's a different story. But like, if you're just going to like ask the phone company to just spy on everyone, and you can just single
that actually makes sense. That actually makes sense. Okay, so here, V, assume then that the FBI or whoever it was, I think it was the FBI, they have this suspicion that the Hunter Biden laptop story is gay ops from Russia or China. Okay,
why do they call it gay ops stuff?
Whatever. God damn it.
No, it's important.
Okay. They have this suspicion that it's a false flag operation against one of the candidates for United States. They have this suspicion, okay? So let's say that they decide to go to a judge. They present their classified evidence and say, listen, it's classified. We can't publish it, but at least look at it. And the judge says, okay, we'll give you a court order. Go to Twitter and tell them to take it down. Is that acceptable?
Yes. Then you have a subpoena. That is how the legal system should work. Then you can't do backroom deals, and then people have like the Freedom of Information Act, and they can verify it. And if like that is different than what has been done.
Okay, so the difference though is that if if they went to the courts and got a court order, then it wouldn't be a request anymore. It would be a demand. It would be, no, you have to take this down now. That's the difference, right? Yeah.
Yes. And then you can challenge it. Like Twitter can literally go, it's like, no, fuck you, we're going to challenge it in courts. Right, and they can have their own lawyers, and they can look at the information, blah blah blah. Right, that's the normal way that it should be done. It's not. So
here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, because there were other instances where the feds asked Twitter to take content down, and Twitter said no, and nothing bad happened. It was fine. That's why I don't think it was some sort of mob situation like you referred to earlier. I don't think there was.
Oh my fucking god!
No, I don't think.
Going back to the initial thing, it's like why do I want the government to hand me a gun and for me to play Russian roulette with my head? I don't understand. It's like just
it's not
because
Russian roulette.
It is Russian roulette. Like as we can see with Rumble, when they said no, advertisers are pulling out. There are consequences for saying no, Dev. Now you may say, well, yeah, but like social media should assume some kind. No, I don't think so. The government should even put them in that position. I think I rather cut the evil from its roots, which is the government in this situation, asking social media to do shit without the court order. There's no fucking reason why some chica from the Britain It goes to tell Rumble what the fuck to do with their business, and
Well-
directs a wrath upon an individual.
To be honest, though, I mean, we're talking about Britain. Any changes that you'd have in the United States regarding the Fed's relationship with Twitter wouldn't affect
Heresy's
Britain.
the question.
It would.
Fire
You would
is the
simply
answer.
make it that any social media company is not able to censor. Period. They actually did this in the past. This is why you can't boycott Israel, right? Because like a lot of far right people were upset. It's like, why is Israel getting this? The reason is that a lot of companies that are from I think it's called OPEC, like the countries that produce oil, right? So Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Emirates. If you are a company that did business with Israel, so like for example, you are a car manufacturer and did business with Israel, those countries would boycott you, right? So like they would do a boycott on any company that did business with Israel in order to persuade them not to. So the United States, realizing that this is happening because like they're boycotting an ally, they went like, okay, well it's illegal to boycott Israel now. So basically, if you know the Muslim nations,
I
boycott-
gotta look at that story. It's illegal to
it's-
boycott. I gotta find that story.
Yeah,
I
it
don't know
is.
anything
It
about that.
is. I think the law is still in apply. But like, if you were, for example, now, like let's say someone is pressuring a company to boycott Israel, and it's an American company, they legally cannot do it. So they cannot like pressure to boycott something because you will not get what you want. So in other words, if, for example, the United States would make it illegal for social media companies to, unilaterally censor people without a court order, then what would happen is that the European Union and Britain, that's passing like their online safety bills and shit, would have to choose, like, do they want to risk upsetting their teenage population by banning TikTok, by banning
Heresy's the
YouTube, by
question.
banning Google, by
Fire
banning
is the
Facebook?
answer.
Or do they just swallow the bullet and go like, well, okay, we can't fuck with this thing. You know, like, there's nothing we
Well-
can do about it.
Here's the thing, V. Canada's already done that. Canada has already gone up against social media and lost, and
Yeah, I
now a
know.
lot of social media are banned in Canada. But here's the thing: Canada's not backing down. They don't give a fuck. I don't think this idea of do they want to upset their teenage populations? They don't give a fuck about that. I don't
It's
think
not,
that
it's
would work.
not banned. No, that is not what you're talking about. The news
It's not banned,
articles.
but yeah, the
No,
news articles,
yeah,
but still, still.
like Trudeau was fuming over the fact that articles regarding the fires in Canada are now being banned by Facebook, and Facebook's like, yeah, we're complying with your fucking regulations.
Yep. But here's the thing:
Yeah.
if that escalated,
Heresy's the
Silicon
question.
Valley would
Fire
lose.
is the answer.
Sorry, Silicon Valley would win, and Canada would lose. And I think it would be the same thing with European countries too. I don't think
they
that's
tried
possible.
this in Australia. They tried this in Australia. Like for example, Facebook is not very popular in the United States, but it's popular in other countries like mine. For example, if you're a small business and you want to advertise, the best place to advertise is on Facebook, because like you have like regional spaces on Facebook. Like for example, there's a page of my neighborhood, and then there's a page of my city. So you have like a cat cafe or some shit. I advertise there. It's the best place to advertise, right? So if Facebook pulls out all these little businesses that require Facebook to run their advertisements campaign, all of them suddenly are in a big pickle. And some of them can't even do business anymore because many of them like operate on Facebook to deliver goods and shit. So that's why Australia eventually cocked against Facebook. Because like Facebook knew it had the strength to like withstand Australia. I mean, it wanted to put a link tax on it, I think. Like the same stuff that Canada wanted to pull. So
Yeah.
no, I think like if all the social media would just be like, okay, we're banning you in Australia, so you would not be able to use YouTube. Dev, you'd be like in Russia, right? You wouldn't be able to use Twitch. You wouldn't be able to use YouTube. You wouldn't be able to use anything, right? I think like Canada will face like legitimately there will be people on the street. There will be people that are hooked on their TikTok and their OnlyFans, and they're hooked on like all of the social media in order to function in their day-to-day life. And if they would run out of it, they would be like, which type of idiot, which chucklehead decided to make it so that I don't have YouTube? So I genuinely think that
I hope that would happen, but I don't think it will. I
Really?
don't think it
So
will,
you
no.
genuinely believe that if, like when Canadians open their phone, all the American companies, so we're talking Google, Apple, all of that shit wouldn't work. You don't think they would be a little bit upset? You don't think like that would cause
Oh, no,
catastrophic
they would be
economic
upset.
damage?
They would be upset, but they wouldn't. Would they like riot? Would they protest? No, I don't think so.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that no. Unironically, I think it would be worse than the trucker protest. Unironically, like if you would not be able to access any type of thing on the internet because your government is incompetent and decided to power play this shit when there was no need to, I genuinely think that people would be livid.
I don't think they have enough to riot. I don't think so. I mean, I would like them to. I hope you're
Look,
correct,
It-
but I don't think so. I don't think so.
It wouldn't. It
But listen,
wouldn't even be. No, it wouldn't even be the fact that they can't watch their Twitch streamers. The economy would collapse. Like you need the internet in order to do economic activity. You can't just.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But like to go back to the original topic, because this is really far off. No, basically, I don't believe that it is inherently coercive for the government to ask, and you do. And that is the core disagreement around which everything else rotates. And that's it. That's all there is, right? So for me, when the feds go and ask Twitter to take a post down, and they don't do it because they have said no in the past, and then nothing bad happens to Twitter, to me, that is proof that these actually are real requests and not orders that are veiled as requests. I don't think that's the case, but
So
you
if
do.
you're in Ukraine,
And that's
if
why
you're
we
in,
that's why we disagree.
yeah,
That's why we disagree.
we got to disagree because like if you're in Ukraine, right, and a Russian soldier comes to your house and asks for a request to sleep in your house, and you say no, and he goes further, right?
A war
I guess
situation is not the same, V.
No, but it kind of is, right? It's still like a guy
No,
that can
no,
enforce
it's
his
not.
will with a gun. Yeah, well,
No.
all right. So
I don't think that's
again,
the same
we're
at all.
back on the spectrum. Yeah, we're back on the spectrum. Yeah, it's not an on and off. I think it is the same, Dev. I genuinely think like there is no circumstance where a person with more power and influence should make requests of a person with less power if the government shouldn't crack on free speech, right?
Hold on. Wait, V, say that sentence again. You don't think a person with more power
No,
and
I
influence
framed
should
it.
make
No,
a person
I
with...
framed
Yeah,
it.
okay, good,
I
because
framed it
that logic's
yeah.
even fucking worse.
Yeah, I framed it bad. But like what I'm saying is like the government, right, which is an entity that most people can't face. Right? Like if the government asks you to do something, you are going to sleep that night wondering, it's like, if I don't do it, what's going to happen? Like you can't possibly tell me that there isn't like an implication that the government will just it's fine. Well, if you didn't do it, then we understand. It's okay.
See, yes. So, for example, Maxor in the chat says the problem, Dev, is the government asking is actually the government demanding. I know that's what you think, and that's what V thinks. You say you work for the Canadian government. I also did at one point. I understand that point of view, but I don't think it's true. And the reason I don't think it's true is because the feds have asked Twitter to take down posts in the past, and Twitter has refused them, and nothing bad has happened. So to me,
like
that
you
no.
say-
To me,
hold
that
on.
says it's not.
You say nothing
It is a
bad has
request.
happened. You don't fucking know that. You don't know if like some people at Twitter that refused didn't get
Okay.
audited the next day.
Okay, fine, but you don't know that has happened, V.
No, but like, why would I assume that when the government does something it's not supposed to? Why would I give it the benefit of the doubt?
Because I don't think that's something that I'm supposed to.
All right, well, it is what it is. Arch, just bring the next topic. Bring the Unity
Yeah,
thing, because
Well, here. Obviously, V, no hard feelings. We're having a debate here. We're friends.
yeah. No,
This
it's
is.
just.
I think this is what we disagree on. This is like the core kernel of truth that we disagree on. Is like, is it inherently coercive for the government to ask a private corporation to do something? You say yes, I say no. So that's it. That's it.
Yeah, no, I'm not upset over it. It's just frustrating. I don't think we're going anywhere, right? Like, it is what it is. So that's why. Go on, Arch.
Like, look at this fucking
my
retard
fucking
in the
God,
chat.
Arch, please,
No. Look at this fucking retard in the chat. Why is Dev being so dishonest? Where's the dishonesty? Where have I said anything that I don't believe?
No, I
Like
don't
someone
think
said,
you're
Dev being
dishonest.
bad faith. What the fuck is this bullshit?
No, I think you're just thick. That's my take. It is.
Oh
what
yeah,
it is.
okay.
It is. I don't think you're
I
dishonest. I
think
believe
you
you
are-
legitimately believe this. Yeah.
I think you are too black-pilled, V. And I don't blame you because of where you are in your situation. Like I get it. Like I don't believe that's the case. No. You know, despite all my black pills about the nature of power and how
I mean,
being
sure you
neutral
go
simply
back into
means
the
you'll be
history.
like
No, seriously,
overrun.
I'm leaving for 10 minutes. When I get back, maybe we can talk about Unity.
No, V, don't leave. We can talk about Unity right now. It's fine.
All right, let's start talking about what do you know about Unity?
Okay, fine. Well, let's talk about Unity. Arch, how's
We
it
know
going?
nothing about Unity.
Oh,
We know a
Arch,
little bit about Unity.
We know
Arch,
nothing
you enjoyed
about
that, by the way? Did you enjoy that back and forth?
Nothing about Unity whatsoever. Unity will be a topic in the future. We have another thing first, but before that
Oh.
again, even.
What? I thought you said Unity was today.
Yeah. We've got time, Dev.
Oh, okay, all right.
I just want to point out one thing here. I'll put the link in the channel. YouTube CEO defends decision to demonetize Russell Brand. This one's a little bit important. I talked about this one in a previous video, but he says if creators have off-platform behavior or there's off-platform news that could be damaging to the broader creator ecosystem, you can be suspended from a monetization program. All right. So this is kind of an open secret. This has kind of been true ever since Patreon yeeted Sargon
Service
for
guarantees
saying
citizenship.
white N-words on somebody else's stream.
Yep. And honestly, Twitch does it too. If you do, like, there's been so many Twitch streamers who have been banned because they were trolling on Twitter, shit like that. All this off-platform behavior stuff is bullshit.
Yes, this is none of the platform's business. They have no rights to do this, but since we don't have any rights on the internet, they do it anyways. It's an accepted reality, right? But what I find so funny is that he can sit there with a straight face and says, we endeavor to apply those rules equally across our entire creator ecosystem. Even as, again, there are literal criminals, convicted criminals, admitted criminals, monetizing their videos on YouTube's.
Yep. There are the people who have been accused. They're still there. Like, it's, yeah.
This is also why, again, I mentioned the bat signal of destroy this man, because even if YouTube isn't doing this deliberately, and I think on some level they are too easy to manipulate in these regards. They're like, okay, this person is unpopular, he doesn't seem to be fighting back effectively, the only people defending him are the bad people, yeet him off the platform and we'll be applauded for it, etc. There'll be a tiny bit of blowback, but it'll be forgotten about in a week.
I will say it's like a little bit different because you don't notice that people are like rallying against Russell Brand protesting in front of YouTube, right? It's not like the average Joe gives a fuck. Like it's such a fringe case that most people, like outside of the streamers, they really don't care about Russell Brand. And the second thing is, like, if YouTube like really hated him, they would have banned him like they banned Alex Jones. But the fact that they didn't monetize him, I will give like just one credit for YouTube for that. Like, obviously being demonetized is horrible if you're a channel that has millions of subscribers and you're having staff and, you know, like good quality production and stuff. But the fact that they didn't ban him is very interesting.
Well, actually, I would say that that in and of itself is YouTube being cynical. Because remember, even if you are demonetized, YouTube
I have
still puts ads on your content.
So
That's true.
actually,
Yes.
no, actually, it happens for 1 month after you're demonetized. Like if you go at the Lotus Eaters now, there are no ads on their content.
I have lost.
So I don't know
nice.
why. Yeah,
But
yeah,
that's
no,
a change. It's a recent
unironically,
change.
it's a recent change. No, I think like
If that is a change, it's a recent change, because I do recall, like, even a year ago, there was reports of people who were monetized for years. Still, like Sargon's old videos have ads on them, or they did a
hold
year
on,
ago.
let me look. I'm going on the Lotus Eaters now. Like I'm pretty sure that for 1 month you still get ads, but other than that you don't. Right? So I'm on Lotus Eaters now, and I'm clicking through their stuff, and I don't get the ads.
It
Like you
might
don't
be
see
a
the yellow
recent
bar
change,
button.
Because
Yeah.
I remember seeing ads on Dankula videos when he was hard demonetized.
Yeah.
Because I know, yeah, but for 1 month, as I said.
No, that was
I-
way after that.
The reason that this is happening, from what I understand, is that there is an ad coalition. So like the big companies, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, you know, like the ones that we don't get on our channel, all of them have like created a sort of union. I think it's like GLAD or something. I don't know exactly what it's called. It's like the Global Alliance of Advertising, blah blah blah. Apparently they also work hand in hand, not with ADL directly, but like it's a thing called Stop Hate or some shit like that. So basically they're the ones that decide what social media is allowed to put up or not. So they're the ones that create the terms of service. They're the ones that, and in order to respond to this, some social media said it's like, okay, well, if that's how you feel, then we can just not put ads on the channels you dislike, but you do not get to decide the content that we have on our platform. And it seems to be like some sort of understanding that they have with YouTube, where they can actually, like, as long as the ads aren't being placed there, they can demonetize someone, but like they will still allow that person to speak on the platform.
I guess the question is then is like, if a company genuinely doesn't want to run ads on your videos because they don't approve of your content, I mean, do you have the right to unilaterally force them to do it?
Oh no, but like what you
Probably
could
not.
do, no, but what you could do is like you could have like them opt out. So like really there can be a system. But the thing is, like, because these companies have unionized, right? They managed to create a problem where, if for example, McDonald's may not be offended by Russell Brand, but now because they're part of the union, they will pull out as well. However, I will say this, right? Like you have a point, right? Like if they don't want to put ads, they don't want to put ads. But what if I want to put ads? What if I want to advertise my Ushikushiki Sakubai on Russell Brand's channel and he's fine with it, right? Like, should I not be able to do that?
Yes.
Why isn't there a system that would
course.
allow? Yeah, like why isn't there a system that would allow certain ads for people that are demonetized? Because I'm pretty sure, in fact, you would have like a lot of independent content creators that would want that because now you have a channel with 1 million views, 1 million subscribers. His content is edgy. Everyone is looking at it. Fuck, like I don't care who that person is. I want my ass there. Right?
That's true.
But like, of course, you can't do that.
No, it should be a better system, but YouTube has no interest in making a better system because they own
because
the
then
one that currently exists.
I don't necessarily believe in that, Arch, because the system is much better now than it was like 10 years ago. I think they're just slow. They're slow and they're stupid. Maybe what we're talking about will be implemented in a decade or something, but
It is also the fact that this is, again, political power. I do not believe for a second that Russell Brand is being cancelled by a unified media and a unified social media apparatus and people in the UK government simply for his accusations. I do not believe that. There is clearly a target on his back. It's too much of a coincidence.
There are, by the way, there are publications that justify the reduction of the age of consent for homosexuals. I think like they wanted like 16 or some shit. And then they're like upset that Russell Brand was with a 16-year-old woman, which I'm not sure, but like in the UK it may be legal because I know it's legal in Romania. I do not know the legal age of consent in UK.
it's legal in Canada.
Yeah, so someone should look because like 16, like from what I know, is legal even in some states in the US.
Mm-hmm.
So
16 is the age of consent in the UK.
all right, so like what is the crime then?
The crime doesn't matter. It's inappropriate behavior in the vicinity of a female, which is a capital crime in the Western world.
I mean, no,
Well,
I'll tell you
there's
this,
also
right?
Arch though. There's also this cultural idea that 18 should be the universal age
Yeah, no,
everywhere,
I
and that's
get it,
mainly
but-
because of Americanism, like America's
No,
culture
not
being
necessarily.
exported
Like
everywhere.
I will give you an example, right? So 16 is legal in Romania. Recently they changed it. Like if you're 5 years older than that person, then it's rape. But like up until recently, it wasn't. Like if she was 16, right? It was as if she's 18. Now the difference is that even though legally that was the case, this is why Andrew Tate got in trouble because I think he flirted with like the 16-year-old daughter of a Romanian politician, and you know like showed her the strawberry. Now an emoji, the strawberry emoji. The problem with this is that even though legally speaking it's okay, culturally speaking is abhorrent if you're like over 30 and you're speaking with a 16-year-old. Like what interest can you possibly have, right? Because Romania is still like a conservative nation and we care about the moral fabric of the society. And it's like, what on earth would a 35-year-old want to do with a 16-year-old? Is he going to start a family? Is he going to take her and love her? No, he was going to groom her in order to do OnlyFans, right? So like that's why people were abhorred by that. And obviously, you know, the fact that she is the daughter of a sitting politician is something
Service
monumentally
guarantees
stupid. Like, you
citizenship.
don't go into a foreign nation that you know is corrupt, and you start to, like, you as a 35-year-old, you start to try and get a conversation by showing the strawberry to, like, the sitting daughter of the sheik
Heresy
or
is the
something.
question.
Like I'm not
Fire
into
is
rape
the
culture, but,
answer.
like, that's asking for trouble. I just assume that I personally wouldn't do it, you know? So obviously, if the nation is corrupt, that politician can go like, okay, who is this guy that's trying to talk with my daughter? Okay, can you look into him? Like, can you see if he has all his taxes in order? Can you see if he's like really on the up and up? Because you know, like that's what happens in a corrupt nation. Which again, I don't know if this is the case with Andrew Tate, but like these logs are basically used to are going to be used in court to describe his persona, right? Because like he's accused of grooming women, making them fall in love with him, so that he can then get them to do OnlyFans, which is illegal in my country. It's called the lover boy method. But like basically, it describes his persona as like what intention. Like it's up for the judge to decide. Like what intention does a 35-year-old man have with a 16-year-old woman, right? So even if it's legal, it just proves like some sort of intent. Like it can actually, no, it doesn't prove, but it can lead to the proof of intent that you're trying to seduce women online so that you convince them to do OnlyFans after falling in love with you.
I don't trust either of you continuing to talk about young women. Not after last time.
What did we talk about last time? Because I forgot.
No, No V. Bad. Down. Sit. On the floor where you belong. Right, there's lots of super chats pertaining to this, so let's start getting through those. So John says a French aircraft had the propeller on the back. This is referencing an old topic. And yes, they did. Pusher aircraft. They were a terrible idea, incidentally.
They didn't work.
Oh, they were just shitter than having the propeller up front. That was the problem. Dryfee says, Canada-India situation. Trudeau foot in mouth. Chinese influencer. Oh, I read that one. Ages ago. Marek Zelinsky says, war does have plenty of resources, both human and material, to do stupid things. History is the original comedy stand-up to begin with. It's true. Sidigoy says, if you want an idea how weird French thinking is, especially with propellers, look up Layat Helica. Layat Helica. Ah, okay. Well, that is certainly a thing. Here we go. I'll post it in the links channel as well. The French elected to make a car with a propeller in the front because they are French.
Did it work?
I doubt it. I very much so doubt it. Marksman of 117 B says V. A studio writer on the anime is a communist. The author himself is not. If anything, the author uses him for inspiration to mock commies in anime. Well, there you go.
But okay, but like there was a commie. So. Yeah, but there was a commie, so.
So John says, look up Jingchao Wei and Wenheng Zhao. Safe for work. Wenheng Zhao. Chinese? Ah, yes. Those were the 2 U.S. sailors that were recently arrested for espionage in the Marines. See, that's a good point. This might actually simply be retribution. The Chinese were like, you took a couple of our spies. We're going to do something mean back to you. It would definitely be the kind of repercussions that governments give to one another.
Aren't you supposed to do something about spies, though?
No.
Like if you find them,
You just pet them.
leave them there. I see.
It's not wartime, so you can't just shoot them.
No, I mean, they didn't get shot, so.
American Outlier says, hello, gentlemen. Hope your day is good. We have images of our anime figures we're going to sell if you'd like to see them. Also, the bonus whole round. What is a Solothurn S18 1000?
Nani?
That's a bonus round at this point.
Is it still the same guy, or is it Outlier?
No, this is another one.
Because I know that Outlier isn't this autistic. But what is it called?
Solothurn S18 1000.
Solothurn S18. If it's another tank gun, like I'm not enjoying this game.
It's kind of.
Oh, it's I guess it's an anti-tank rifle.
It is. It was rather
large. How
large
did I know?
And kind of stupid.
I think I saw someone firing it from the hip, which basically suggests that if you can't, it's a skill issue.
Well, you know.
Wait a second.
I heard you typing.
Wasn't the Solothurn the gun you wouldn't let us loot, Arch?
No, that was a Maxim.
Oh, okay.
Why didn't you let them loot that gun?
No, Solothurn was a gun that that Uzulu had, right?
Yep.
Okay, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, what does it fire? It fires rounds, but like.
It fires bullets, big bullets.
Yeah, I would say it's the same like a rifle, right? Like you put single bullets and then you reload after firing. So.
Actually, it had a magazine.
Get the fuck out! No, it didn't.
It did.
Why would you want to shoot again? Like after you shot once?
Because you might not kill the target the first time. The bullets are pretty small.
It's a fucking tank. How can you? Anyway, yeah.
Matt Diff says, Sikh community in Canada has gotten large enough to have political voting power. They have Trudeau over a barrel because that community does count. That's true,
Did you know that?
You're less worth than the Sikhs.
Did you know that Sikhs can carry knives?
I can carry knives.
No, because like I was looking at this and I was like, in London,
I'm
you're not allowed to carry knives. No, but in London you can't carry knives, right? And apparently you can't carry for religious reasons. And it turns out like, what the fuck carries them? And it's like Sikhs, and I'm looking at it. It looks so fucking cool, man. So like, they have like this cool ceremonial dagger with them all the time. It's like fucking an RPG and shit. And it's so fucking cool because apparently the reason they carry is so that they can defend the weak at any point. And I'm like, so like, can they actually use it, or is it just like that? And I think like, isn't that like a Sikh First Amendment basically given to them by God? Because like, if this was done today, you'd probably be allowed to carry a pistol with you at all time. Like you'd be required to carry it. It would be like a ceremonial.
Make it a religion. Yeah. So here's the thing. They wear turbans
Yes.
They're allowed to take them off to use them as bandages, and
I
they
didn't
have
know that.
knives. Yeah, and they have knives to protect people. So a lot of their religion is based around like helping the needy.
Get the fuck
At,
up. That is
at,
so
at any
fucking
point.
badass. That is so
Yeah.
fucking cool. So like the turban actually has like a genuine like physical reason for it. Like it's not just
Yeah.
for design. It's like they're walking first aid kits. Ironically, I'm not making fun. Like I find this to be incredibly cool. I genuinely like didn't know about it.
There was a situation, I think it was in Canada actually. There were 4 Sikhs who were hiking like in one of Canada's big national parks, and there was someone who like fell halfway down a cliff and they were stuck. So the 4 guys took all their turbans off and then made a long rope and then like carried it and then like allowed him to climb up.
Do you understand that if you have one of these, like you're dying to use them? You're probably
Yes.
walking with your turban. You're like, come on, like a bicycle, someone fall down or some shit so I can use it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
No, unironically, like if I ever meet a Sikh, I would like so like tell me honestly, like do you actually want to see someone injured so you can use it? Like be honest and don't lie to me. Like dude.
I would convert right now, incidentally, if it weren't for the fact that you also have to wear the turban. The turban just looks dumb. I don't like the turban.
Yeah, you have to wear it outside all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like
Well,
it.
yeah,
Let's
because
see
like
it.
you need to. It's kind of like look, it makes sense. Like in Romania, for example, if you drive a car, you need to have a first aid kit in the truck. Like it's literally that, but like you're wearing it on your head.
But V, I'd prefer to just use the knife.
Yeah. By the way, do they get to
Heresy's
use the
the
knife or is it
question.
just ceremonial?
Fire is the answer.
I mean, it is ceremonial, but they are commanded to use it if they need it.
So it actually cuts.
Yeah.
Can they throw it?
I don't know.
I mean, it's so fucking cool. Like if you actually like train to throw it, and then like you see a terrorist is like
Matt Diff says, have violent separatists in it, and it only worked in the past because India wasn't big enough to push Canada around on this. I think Canada shall become a suzerain, a vassal state of India. India shall be their suzerain. I like this.
I mean, who knows? Because there have been a lot of Indian immigrants coming to Canada recently. I mean, they're better than the Muslim ones because they don't blow up, all right? And they don't necessarily treat women as bad as the Muslim ones, so like that's okay. But I mean, a lot of the diplomatic ties have now been closed. The countries aren't accepting travelers between each other anymore, so it seems like Indian immigration will probably stop.
I hope not.
You know, like Indians, they don't tend to form gangs or break laws. They're generally very friendly people. You know, they're not spies of the CCP. They're not looking to convert people to some foreign religion. They're generally decent people. They just have weird food sometimes. You know,
No, like apparently from what I heard, and this may be false. I haven't checked it, but like the reason of banning meat is that at the UN there are some Indians pressuring so that cow meat is banned, but they're using environmental reason. Like
yeah, I'm not surprised.
They want to take away my cow meat, Dev.
Mm-hmm.
I want to take away my cow meat. I don't know if it's true or not, but still, like yeah, I mean I guess that they're not like that if they have a knife in order to fight evil wherever they see it. So
Well, those are Sikhs, not the Hindus aren't like that. No, they're a different religion. Yep, Sikhs are native to India, but the primary religion in India is Hinduism.
Do they make cool poses when they fight with the knife, like in Prince of Persia? Like, did they? I genuinely am interested in this now. Like, I want to talk to a Sikh and ask him. Do they have like a war chant?
Heresy's the question.
They
Fire
must have
is
a
the
war
answer.
chant. No, seriously. Like, if you're trained to fight evil with a fucking knife, like a war chant gives you courage. It's giving you strength. So like, you must have like some sort of.
Zay Jones says, "Hey Arch, I would like to thank you. Sadly, my best friend of 17 years passed away on Tuesday at the age of 22. Jesus, man, I'm really sorry for that. I felt lost and hopeless, but your videos have really helped me during this time, so thank you. I'm very glad I can provide any solace then. Man, that sucks. Like, no, my condolences, of course."
They do have it. They do have a war chant. What is it, chat? Tell me the war chant.
The timing.
I will hold on. I'm googling it. Sick war chant. Someone says it's not an anime. Shut the fuck up. It totally is. Like, this is the closest thing we're going to get. 20 battle cries. Warrior 6 are taught at a young age. Look at this shit.
Daphne says, Dev is a Canadian glowy. Changed my mind. I don't think anyone can change your mind on that. I'm pretty sure he is in the ploy of the American government.
You think so?
I know
Wait,
so.
hold on, a Canadian glowy, though. You know, I'm not getting paid for this, unfortunately.
Vulture 1066 says, go get the Commie V. Publius Dos, Jim warned you fools. Who's Jim? Jim Sterling? I don't think Jim Sterling warned about this.
Internet Aristocrat, maybe?
Did he warn about this?
I don't know.
Okay. Bole bole Sydney High Satsri Akal. Unironically, no, it's just like weird. It's like Bole bole Sydney High Satsri Akal. It's a Sikh slogan or Jaikara. It's a literal shout of victory, triumph, or exultation. Popularized by Guru Sobi Singh, the last of the 10 Sikh gurus. It is used to express joy and is often used in Sikh liturgy. It also employed by Sikh warriors as a battle cry. The Jakira is a two-part call and response cry. One man yells, Bole Bole Sori Hai, and the other one utters, Sat Sri Akal. It's kind of like Thunder Flash in World War II, you know? It's kind of like that. The army would yell in response, Sat Sri Akal, Eternal is the holy, great, timeless Lord. That is so fucking metal. That, unironically, like, I'm not making fun. No, legitimately, I'm impressed by this shit.
Sirigoy says, governments don't make requests. The threat is inherent in the power they hold. Regulation, taxation, investigation, etc. I do tend to agree.
I just don't believe that. I don't think that every single thing the government does by virtue of being the government is inherently coercive. I don't buy it.
I think so.
I will
in the
like
same
this.
way that a man that's vastly larger than you is inherently coercive.
I will put it like this, Devin, and this is how I will end the discussion. Like,
Okay, go ahead.
Listen. If a person feels that there may be consequences and is legitimately afraid after a request, then from that person's subjective view, it is a threat.
So you're threatened if you feel threatened?
Yes.
That justifies a lot of feminism,
Like,
but okay.
That justifies a lot of things in the left.
Yes, no, you look at The Boys, right? And you have, like, Homelander going to, I think it was Starlight or whatever. And he puts his hand on her shoulder and he's making a request and he's smiling. And, you know, it's all nice and good and the request is reasonable. He's still fucking threatening her because he's fucking Homelander.
Okay. I understand that point. There's definitely something to it. There are definitely some states that behave that way. The obvious counter argument, in my opinion, is if this were the case, you would never have the government ever pay out a settlement when they actually have been wrong and they actually have violated somebody's rights. It would never happen, but it actually does happen.
Who's forcing the government to do that, Dave?
It happens regularly.
Who's forcing the government to do that?
Well, I mean, they go through the court system and then the judge is, okay, we look at the
actually,
evidence.
hold
and
on,
The government is forcing itself.
Well,
that is a control organ placed in place specifically to fuck the government. That is what it is. We have created that.
But like Dev has a point, right? Like he's basically saying that there are like certain legal things. Like let's say you paid more taxes than you should, and the government disagrees, and then you sue it, and you know you get your money back. We're talking about things that are outside the legal procedures. We're talking about the person who manages to get elected into office or a government organization that without the courts is doing these things in a manner that it shouldn't be done. And because they can't do it legally, because there's a First Amendment, so they're trying to bypass it.
So they're asking, yes. But here's the thing. So let's assume that they ask and that it actually was a veiled threat. Shit. Okay? So the feds ask Twitter. Twitter says no. They did intend for it to be a threat. And then they follow through on the threat. That's now something that does become a legal issue. And because we do have
to make it, how about make it so they never ask them? How about that? Why can't you just say no? There is no circumstance where they ask. If they want to ask, they need to go through the courts. How about that? Is that so unfucking reasonable, Dev? Is that so really out of the fucking ordinary to just expect that they don't do this shit?
You know what's more reasonable?
Okay,
I
hold
remember
on.
when you promised this would be your final argument to me.
Yeah, but he keeps saying. So I'll just leave for 5 minutes and come back.
Well, I can't reply then, V.
But you can reply to the chat, Dev. I'm not going to convince me.
You're not going to convince me.
I have a fucking wall regarding this. There's
Because
absolutely
Man, okay.
I'm such a fucking bigot over this, Dev. You have no fucking. My bigotry regarding this subject knows absolutely no bounds.
Let me give me 30 seconds. Just give me 30 seconds, okay?
There is nothing you can say that will convince me otherise. I'm a bigot.
Right,
even if you manage to convince me, I will still hold on to my bigotry. Do you understand this? Disgust is my shield, Dev.
Let me just say it, okay, V? Let me just say it, okay? Like here's the thing. If let's say the police think that you might have some information regarding a crime that has been committed. They don't have a warrant, but they come to your house, they knock on the door, and they say, "Hey, would you be willing to talk with us about this?" And you say,
"What the fuck off, Dev."
Okay,
and I feel threatened. Yes, I genuinely feel threatened.
Fine,
fuck off, you're from the government.
Okay,
Why is the government coming at my door? Why?
Yeah, I understand, V. I understand. But like, here's the thing. If in that case you say yes, they say great, you have a friendly conversation, they go away, or you say no, come back with a warrant, they say we understand, they come back with a warrant, or they don't come back at all. All right. In all those, in those situations, nothing wrong has happened.
Okay, you're describing an investigation, right? Not a request.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're investigating a crime.
Harris
this wasn't the FBI investigating a crime, Dev. This was the FBI telling, requesting Twitter that it doesn't follow up on a news story published by a very public and well-established magazine, which is the New York Post. It's two completely different fucking things. If the cops, if the cops come at my door and request that I, on my YouTube channel, do not talk with Short Fat Otaku ever again, right? I would view that as a threat, Dev. I would literally believe that if I were to talk to you, then the police might try to do something against me. I don't know what. Maybe plant some marijuana in my backyard. I don't fucking know. But I'm telling you, I would genuinely feel threatened, and I would rather that the cops do not have the power to ask me to do stuff like this.
See, I think the downstream effects of that policy would actually be far worse. Like, the cops can't just go around and ask people if they saw anything.
That's an investigation, Dev. That's an investigation. That is different.
This was still kind of an investigation, in my opinion, because
they didn't ask. No, an investigation would have been, could you tell us if this news is coming from like Russian IPs? Could you find out where this news source is coming? That would be different.
Let me put it this way. So Artemis Fowl super chatted earlier. The inversion of the never attribute to malice what you can attribute to incompetence. You said it was the other way around, but it actually is the original way. All right, like you're assuming malice here, V, but I'm not.
Why would I do that? Yeah.
No, I think it was actually just incompetence. All right, because no. The Hunter Biden laptop story blew up. It blew up. Primarily because it was censored and it got Streisand affected. All right,
it blew up on Twitter. It didn't, like, most people didn't hear about it, but like,
I think a lot of people heard about it after, because it was only banned. It was banned for like only a day, I think. So
it's literally the first 24 news cycle. If your video gets banned, for 24 hours, Dev, how many views are you going to get on that?
No, I understand. But the point is the Streisand effect, right? We all know what that is. When something gets banned, it ends up getting amplified, actually. And that happens all the time. And it happened with the Hunter Biden laptop story. So what I think actually happened is that they had genuine belief that it might have been some sort of not gay ops, some sort of operation. Some sort of operation.
Yeah.
Some sort of
how
operation.
The Russian collusion shit that doesn't like raise any red flags. You know, like the Pissgate dossier doesn't raise any red flag. None of the other stuff that always seems to affect the Republicans, all the smear campaigns that went against Trump, not a single one raised a fucking red flag. It's always one way, and you believe this is.
Okay, so here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. All right, let's assume in 2016 they dropped the ball. All right, all this crazy shit from Russia about Trump came through, and they realized, oh shit, we should actually be like on the lookout for stuff coming from Russia and from China now, because clearly this story was bullshit, and we didn't catch it. So they ramp up their efforts to actually pay attention to certain information coming out of these countries, to pay attention to the news cycle. 2020 comes around, they have that apparatus in place, and they catch something that they think is fake. Now, they were mistaken about it being fake, but they think it's fake, and they say, "Hey, we don't want a repeat of 2016. So can you take that off?" All right. So to me, that screams negligence. No, it screams incompetence. It screams incompetence, not malice.
I have a question. Where did you get the talking point of
Service
we don't want a
guarantees
repeat of
citizenship.
2016? That is such a beautiful thought. Did you come up with it, or like did you take it from somewhere? Because I heard it so many fucking times from different people.
Yeah?
I feel
No,
like
I just thought of it now.
Google.
No,
You
I
just thought about it now. Oh my god, what a
Yeah.
fucking coincidence! Right? No, there was like a guy of Google that was like, we don't want a repeat of 2016, and then there were like
Okay,
so
all right.
many people on CNN going like, we don't want a repeat of 2016, and then the Twitter, we
Okay,
don't want a repeat of 2016.
hold on.
It's just like
V.
it's an interesting
Yeah,
term.
but okay, it's
Yeah.
interesting, but is it wrong?
Yes, it is fucking wrong. Like the
Why?
very idea. Because the very idea that the government like didn't trust the New York Post, right? Like didn't use its own information campaign to counter bad information. Like all of this shit.
Yes, they should have.
and-
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'm glad they should have. But like the fact that it happened, right?
Yeah.
It makes me not have faith in the government. Simple as.
Okay,
I do not
but this is what I mean though. When I say that it's incompetence and not malice,
Yeah, see,
this is what I mean.
if it was my point where it shouldn't happen, even incompetent people would be protected. Like you don't need to have like 5 IQ in order to figure out, okay, if it shouldn't happen, they don't have the right to do it, so they don't fucking do it. Like for instance, right? Does the government have the right to come into your house, kidnap you, and interrogate you at a black site? The
Oh
answer
my
is
god,
no,
this
right?
is a different.
No,
That's
no,
a
no,
different.
I don't fucking get it. Yes, it's called an example, an allegory. It's called
Okay,
an
okay.
allegory, not an example,
I
right?
don't think it's a relevant allegory, but go ahead.
Right. Okay. So because there are things that the government doesn't have the right to do, then it doesn't
Mhm.
matter if they believe that you're a Russian spy or a Chinese guy that hacked the plane or whatever. Yeah, it literally doesn't allow to do that, so it has to go through legal proceedings. And if they do that, then it would be public outcry. That's the difference, right? Now, if I were to say that there is no circumstance where the government should ask any information to be kept from the people, right? Then unless they have a court order, of course, then it doesn't happen. You can't even be incompetent and fuck it up because you can't do it. So that is my take on it. Anyway, please, Arch, let's move on because it's almost 2 a.m.
Is it 2 a.m. for you? Oh my god.
It's 1:51. But I can stay a
What
little
is
bit
the
longer.
question?
Tid
Fire
says,
is the answer.
it wasn't the government, it was the actions of one Conservative minister who didn't confer with the rest of the committee and needs to be fired. Yeah, that is in relations to the Rumble thing. And I do agree. They need to be yeeted. Like, there needs
I
to
would
be
also-
certain violations of just the rules of law and the rights of people that should result in the immediate firing of an MP.
I would also like to point out that, as you mentioned, it's a conservative. Right. So
Oh,
that's what
British conservative, quote unfucking quote.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stray Dog says, "Hey Arch and crew, haven't written in a while, so I managed to miss the live show, but did you see the recent Russian missile strikes? There's been quite a few recently. The Wunderwaffen of both sides hitting. Honestly, the whole Ukraine thing is just going to be a series of missile strikes from now on. Like, shit's going to blow up here, shit's going to blow up there, and that's pretty much just how it's going to be. Now, there was probably an ATACMS attack on the Russian naval headquarters in the Black Sea, so that was rather spicy, but I'm sure Russia, with their new North Korean HIMARS equivalents, will be able to respond. Oh, help me. Michael11 says, I hope I get the Dev is lost because he is dead wrong. Government circumventing its constitution via corporations is indefensible. See, at some point,
No, please,
me and Dev is going to have this debate because
Please,
I think we can have one slightly more
I beg
controlled.
you. I beg you. Do not.
Artemis
V,
Fowl
you're staying
says,
up till 4 a.m. today.
hard to find Kevin Spacey guilty when all your accounts randomly end up dead right before trial, Dev. Well, that is also sort of true. I mean, Hillary Clinton has had, 69 close friends die under mysterious circumstances. Quinky dinky winkies. Marek Zelinsky says, gents, let's face it, if this will come to be, then we will have to bow the heads. Otherwise, there's nothing wrong fighting against this stupid attack. Well, Yeah, well, I'm presuming this
Harris
isn't
is the
relevance to the
question.
Russell Brand
Fire
thing.
is the answer.
I do believe that resistance has had an effect. I do believe that the fact that the government released this notice, the woman, and it received a great deal of attention is a sign in and of itself that there is a little bit of a turning on the tide. Because this has happened before. Again, I draw a lot of parallels between the Russell Brand thing and the Alex Jones thing. They're trying to do to Russell Brand what they did to Alex Jones, and they are not succeeding, at least to the same degree as previously. Now, whether or not that will continue or not, we'll see. Basically, if Russell Brand is still on the internet in a month, then I'll say they've failed. If he isn't, well, then we know. McCall11 says, United Caliphate of Islamic Britain is long gone. Well, I don't know. We do need an Islamic Caliphate over Great Britain. I'd like that. Artemis Fall says, Dev, it's just one person, just the president of the country, not the whole government.
Oh God, that's in reference to Biden saying privately that he wants Merrick Garland to prosecute Trump. And Artemis, but here's the thing: he never told Garland that. He never told Merrick Garland that directly. He just expressed his own private wishes, not the wishes of the actual office of the president. And Artemis.
And meanwhile, I'll prove to you the double fuckery, right? Meanwhile, when Trump in a phone call says that he wants the governor to find the votes, as in legal votes, we are given like the most discharitable interpretation possible. But when Biden says something like that, we're going to give the most charitable interpretation possible. See how it works? If you're a Democrat, you get the benefit of the doubt and like charitable interpretations. If you're a Republican, everything you say is like the most discharitable thing that can ever be said.
See, I agree with you there. I don't think that call is. I don't think that call that Trump made is some sort of like silver bullet against Trump or anything like that. Other things he's done are worse. But that call itself, I don't think it's that bad. No. But no, I fundamentally disagree with Artemis on this too. I don't think that there's an idea that if a ruler expresses a private wish, then because of the nature of political power, it must be viewed as not simply a private wish, but a command from that power structure. That's a common view. But I think it's the wrong view. I don't think that's how power works.
Sujad says, Dev, she sent the request an official government paperhead. It absolutely matters and is completely an official government document. Yep, that is true as well. Like, the position she has placed herself in is that of an official government representative of an official government body. And if that government body does not agree to that, she needs to be Yito-Cheetoed yesterday. I doubt she will, honestly. I've only seen one person who's been spoken up against it. Everyone else seems to just be happy with it. Waterquai says, yep, my thing is they view an apostate like Brand as a bigger threat than people like Ben Sagan, etc. I do agree. Like, I think that Russell Brand is viewed as somebody who was on the inside, who knows the dirty secrets, and needs to be silenced with extra prejudice. I do believe some of them also view this as a bit of a betrayal. I guarantee you some of the people at the BBC is looking at him now and going like, how dare you be successful on your own? I'm still working at the fucking BBC. Because the journalist, the mainstream media employee is a jealous creature. Because they do not have the charisma, the drive, the skill, or the personality to make it by themselves. They must rely on a larger organization to do it for them. I think they're bad people. And I believe they hurt others because they know they are bad people.
Arch, so you just got a super chat from the field, $2, saying, won't someone rid me of this priest? Since that's related to this conversation, we should answer it right now. Do you know what that's from?
It rings a bell.
Okay, so let me pull this up. So there's
I believe the full quote is, won't someone rid me of this turbulent priest? It's
yeah. Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest? So basically, I pulled up the article here. Henry II of England, preceding the death of Thomas Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury in 1170. While the quote was not expressed as an order, it prompted 4 knights to travel from Normandy to Canterbury, where they killed the priest. The phrase is commonly used in modern day context to express that a ruler's wish may be interpreted as a command by his subordinates. So the idea is because of the nature of political power, even simply neutrally expressing your wishes can be taken as a command by those beneath you. And so
Oh
when
my God,
Biden
thank you.
said so when
Thank you so
Biden
much.
says hold on. So when Biden says something like, I really wish that that Merrick Garland would prosecute Trump because I do think that he's guilty. I do think that he's dangerous. But that's a private wish. And he didn't even say it to Garland. Garland's that must be taken as an expression of the will of the office of the president and not just Joe Biden's personal interpretation. Um, the ultimate problem with that view, though, is that while it does happen sometimes, it's not consistent. So, for example, here's a great example where it didn't happen. All right, Trump directly told Bill Barr to indict Biden a month before the election. It didn't happen.
But there's also
Well,
the thing.
it didn't
There is a
happen
difference
because-
in the machine there.
Mhm.
The difference in the
difference?
machine is Biden is the part of the machine. He has the institutional power. Trump does not.
No, but
Even if Trump
I would-
holds
No.
the office of the president, he does not have the
Mhm.
same
I would
authority.
say that even in this case, fine, I would agree with Dev. Like I am fine if you have a standard that the government shouldn't have these requests that go against free speech, or like if a president says something, it should be considered as an order. Like fine, no, I'm perfectly okay with that. Trump shouldn't do it either, but the Democrats shouldn't either.
See,
That's
I
what having
just
a standard means, Dev. If I mean having fucking principles.
so here's the thing. My standard is simply that the personal wishes of a person who holds an office, and if he has those wishes, that's not the same thing as giving an order. And that's my standard. And I'll hold Trump to that standard, and I'll also hold Biden to that standard. So I mean, like if Trump during his presidency, grumbled to himself and said, "Man, I really wish that they did something about my political opponents," I would not consider that to be him ordering the arms of the government to go after his opponents. Now, some retard leftists would certainly publish articles to that effect, but I wouldn't think that's the case.
No, but I think like when you tell a company with a letter, like in the UK, I think that's legitimately the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say, Aussie ODST says, I've been waiting for ages to tell thee that his country is a shithole, and that doesn't make the rest of ours the same. Blokes, thanks for the content. Thank
Wait,
you very
what
much.
did you say? My country is shithole or what?
Yes.
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, okay, that's his take. Where is he from?
Oh, I say Aussie. Australia or...
Wait, so someone from the hellhole that is Australia, where Bering
Or
says
Austria.
that a venomous fucking spider came out from behind his toilet while he was taking a crapper. He thinks that my country should. Austria?
Or Austria.
Well, it's a big
Doesn't Austria
difference.
use euros?
Yeah, one it's an authoritarian hellhole, the other is a democracy. So I don't like really think that the Austrian, who by the way, like during the pandemic had their president going into a bar, and when he was found, he was like, "Oh well, I'm just going to pay the fine like all the other normal people who have to stay at home and stay safe, and they're fired and they don't have money, but I can pay." So the Austrian is lecturing me about my country people. Okay, it's fine. It's his take. No, it's okay. I have my takes. He has his.
A lot of comments.
Artemis for $5. He just, he's replying to me. I need to reply back. If only we could see evidence of the government clearly carrying out the wishes you claim are just personal expression, Dev. Here's the thing. So it could be the case that Garland is now taking direct marching orders from Biden and fabricating charges against Trump, or it could be the case that there's actually legal basis to bring up charges against Trump. All right. Like, I don't buy this situation that Biden ordered it, therefore the cases go forward. No, I don't think that's the case at all.
That doesn't buy it, Arch. I think we need to do this.
I do not. I think
It does
Trump.
not buy it. Like, you can't sell it to him. He's not
Because
interested.
I've been reading all the indictments that are coming out. They have a case. Trump
He's
actually
reading-
did some of this stuff.
It is some of this stuff. Let's move
lost.
on.
Shit. Okay. Sorry, V. Sorry. I don't want to keep you up too late. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You do want to keep me up to date. It's I see you've been doing it for the last 30 minutes. It's your goal now.
No. Okay. I just get carried away. I don't want you to get in trouble with your wife or anything like that. So let's go.
Well, she's not
I
here,
do.
but it's the principle. I mean, technically, I could stay longer today, which is why
Yeah.
I'm not freaking out. But still.
Lord Commissar Martin says, Feds protect their own. That's lip service. Remember, Dev, the state is not your friend. The state hates you and wants to own you, mind, body, and soul.
The
The
I don't know about
state
that
is
one.
much like certain girlfriends
I mean,
I've had in the past. Which, to be fair, is
it-
true.
It can be that bad.
They
but it's
too
not
were
consistently
coercive,
bad.
Dev. They too
your
would drop
girlfriends?
subtle hints like, oh, I wish you would stop doing this. And then you know the consequences. Sometimes they wouldn't hurt you,
hey.
Dev, but sometimes they would.
If you were coerced by your girlfriend in such a manner, you were a simp.
See,
Wait,
like,
so you
they
don't
have
believe
power,
that in a
just like the
relationship,
government does.
that like you do not believe that in a relationship, there is negotiation and wiggle room. Like you generally think that you get your wish every time. And not to mention, like if your
I never said
wife
that.
asks you,
Never said
no,
that.
hold on. So like if your wife asks you, hey, if you come to bed, don't come later than this hour because you wake me up. Do you find that to be unfucking reasonable, Dev? Do you feel like you're a simp if you go like, you know what, like yeah, you have a point because you got
Well,
work in
I
the
never
morning.
said-
So
I never
like,
said
Guaranteed
that. I never
citizenship.
said
then
that.
what
The
did
only-
you say?
No, here,
What did
here.
you say?
I think Dev is
Here-
becoming
here's-
defensive.
Here's
I think
how
Dev
it
is
works,
realizing
all right?
the problem he's found
Hold on,
himself
I'm-
in.
Nope. When Naomi wants something from me, she has
Mhm.
to ask me it, not hint at it. If she hints at it, I won't do it. I don't play those kind of games.
He doesn't play this kind of game, chat. Like if she just hints at it, like if she wants to ask him something that she's embarrassed to ask, it's just like hints. Like no,
Got
gotta do it.
So you're dead,
Got it.
Dev.
Yeah, he's dead. It's like that.
He's
That is
dead.
literally what you're. Yeah.
Well, clearly Naomi hasn't found a good way to hurt you yet. She needs to work on that.
No, I'm just unhurtable.
Oh, physical
Oh
pain,
my
Dev.
fucking
Physical
god!
pain.
Oh Jesus fucking Christ!
Humiliate. Okay, Dev. Dev. See, humiliation was this particular girlfriend's primary purpose and primary tool. Bringing up embarrassing stories around the family table whenever something was done incorrectly. This is the same with the government. Going looking through,
Wait.
looking through your taxes.
The entire chat is saying based Chad Dev. Awesome.
Yeah, but
No.
like Dev, you can
But
literally
once Chad is
bullshit
wrong.
me as much as you want right now. That doesn't mean you actually do it. Like there's no way for me to verify if you're literally that Chadian, or when you when you turn the stream, like she just hints like towards the bedroom, and you're like, yes, dear.
Let's get to
I
bed.
do not. Yeah,
Actually,
like I literally do not.
no. I have heard Naomi go like, go to bed, Dev, and he has.
Yes. Like literally, there's no way of me verifying your Chadiness.
Hold on, though. Hold on. When she says go to bed, that's not a hint. She's
That's
not
an
like,
order.
oh, yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. She doesn't go like, oh, I wish I could sleep right now, but I guess I can't. I'd be like, you're damn right you can't. Here's the thing. If she actually has a request of me, I'll do it because I love her.
Dev, that's
But I'm not going to
worse.
play those kind of games where she goes, oh, I just wish if someone
But
would just,
Dev,
oh, no, fuck
Dev,
you.
That is an allowance. That is the woman allowing you to believe you are in charge. If she
Heresy's
simply
question.
orders you,
Fire
that's
is the
worse.
answer.
Like literally, like if she doesn't need to actually hint, and she just like commands,
Yes.
then yeah, it's.
This is Robert Heinlein's staff of authority. You are beaten with the stick, not the hand, to allow you to maintain dignity.
Hold on. Arch, you've seen me on stream before with her, and you've probably seen some of the yelling matches we've gotten into. There is no way that you can suddenly declare me as some sort of simp.
Oh, I believe I can.
Yeah, but
Dev. I
Dev,
believe I
like,
can.
first, there are two
I
problems.
believe your
here.
words
Like,
have
number
condemned
one,
you.
ever heard of the concept of a keyboard warrior? A keyboard warrior is a person that, like, while on the keyboard, you can
I get
say
it.
warrior shit.
Just like gay
You
ops,
can
I
be-
get it. Yeah.
you can be a keyboard Chad, Dev. You can be a fucking keyboard Chad, sitting here at the microphone telling me how you control your woman.
Hold on. I never said that at all. I never said
But you can't.
control
No,
my
but you
woman.
can't.
No.
No, but you can't. You
No,
can't.
I
You can't
did
say
not.
that.
This is
No, I'm
a
not saying you did.
bold-faced lie
I'm
from
not saying
me.
you did. No, listen. Hypothetical conditioning, them requires high IQ to understand. What I'm saying is that you can't
Yeah.
say it. Yeah, you can't say it. And there's no fucking way for me to verify it, right?
Yeah.
Like,
But here's,
just like
okay, here's
everything
what
else you
actually
can say.
happened, though. Here's what actually happened.
All right.
You guys were talking about not orders or not compromises or discussions. You guys were talking about hints. All right? And
Mhm.
I don't deal in hints. That's
Yes,
all I
there's
said.
hints.
No, I
Yeah,
specifically
yeah,
don't want
no,
to.
that's-
I think
that-
it's
that's my-
ridiculous.
No, that's my assessment of the situation. I'm not saying you think you're Des. I'm saying I think you're Des. Like,
No.
if you...
No,
yeah,
no,
if
listen,
the
listen,
government-
no. Here's the difference, right? Here's the difference. So a dense person will
Uh-huh.
hear his girlfriend go, "Oh, I wish that this could just be oh," and then they'd think, "Oh, well, I don't know what that means. Oh, I guess she wishes something would be done." That's a dense person, all right? That's not what I do.
Mm.
I listen to her hint. I
Uh-huh.
know she wants me to do something, and I don't do it because I want her to ask me.
So if she leaves the vacuum cleaner in your room...
Harrison,
you
question.
just...
Fire is the answer.
And
I
you
will
know,
put it somewhere else, and I will say, "You forgot to put this away."
Really?
Yes.
But why then? Like, if it's your turn to clean, right? And she notices that you haven't cleaned, and she puts the vacuum cleaner in your room, and it's fucking obvious why it's in your fucking room.
Mhm.
Are you going to be like, well, it is my turn to clean, but due to the fact that she has left the vacuum cleaner here, I shall just put it somewhere else. I need her to come to me and make this request official with a
Yes.
stamp and a signature.
See?
Yes.
Okay,
That is
is
excellent.
autism then.
Because
No,
the
that
next
is
super
autism.
chat from Oliver Nord also says, here's a middle ground. If whatever political or legal force is willing to send their request in a written form with reasoning and names and organizations and signatures and maybe official stamps, then do it. Dev requires
that would be
proof in
different.
triplicates.
Ironically,
Yes.
like that would be different because the thing with the FBI is like they don't do that. Like they don't
No, see,
give like official.
It unironically
I
would
agree
be
with you on
good
that,
because
V.
it allows you to
Yeah.
nail responsibility to somebody.
So V, I actually completely agree with you on that. Like the ideal would be that the FBI approaches with a warrant. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah. So
I'm not
they don't
allowing
leave
you
the
two
vacuum-
fuckers to waffle off on this again.
Okay.
Walter
go ahead.
1066 says, Art, do these new internet rules affect Norway? Yes, everything affects Norway. Because we are a tiny little submissive
Heresy's the
country,
question.
practically.
Fire is the answer.
Talin Hayabusa says, Dev, you said that the government will work itself out, but we have examples in the US of the press ingoing the Supreme Court several times when they have ruled his actions unconstitutional. Press.
What do you?
press
What, I
ingoing.
don't know what the.
I'm not sure. The
don't know.
phrase, the
Yeah.
press. Ingoing?
I don't know.
Ignoring, I'm presuming, where the president is ignoring the Supreme Court.
I mean, the last I remember hearing of that was like several hundred years ago. So I don't know if that's relevant, but maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know of a modern time.
Steam Plague the Explorer says the F-35B the Marines used is both manual and the computer can do it if it decides the pilot's in danger. Oh, well, there you go. Thank you for your very first super chat on the channel too. So it is theoretically possible that Chinky Winky could be sitting in an airplane a few hundred meters away and going, ha ha, stupid round eyes. Clink.
I'll be back in a minute.
That would be kind of funny, though. Matif says, in America, Russell's audience is mostly women, which screws with the establishment's voting power. The establishment doesn't want him especially to exist. That's potentially a good point, too, yeah.
That is a good point. Yeah.
See, Russell...
There's
That's I figured out. That's why I don't like Russell Brand. I don't like him because I look at him and I go like, yeah, that's the kind of guy who probably does get a lot of women.
I have lost. Shit.
The
Is that it?
feminine bad boy.
Hmm.
Yes, the feminine bad person who they can fix.
So basically, like the femboy.
Kind of, but it also has the thing where they need to fix them. You've been playing Baldur's Gate 3, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
You've probably noticed this. Every male character is somebody that you can fix. They're all flawed. They're all like, oh, I wish somebody would help me. I'm
That is
such a
such a
weak
good
man.
point. Yeah, like my succubus. But like, I do notice it. Yeah, like the female characters, they're perfect. And
They're all
the...
strong. None of them are weak. Not a single one of them is weak or vulnerable in any way.
I think Shadowheart is though.
Vulnerable to a degree, but even then she puts up a strong front. None of the men do. Like, Astarion immediately is like, I'm a vampire thrall.
Yeah, all right. I'm trying to think if there's anyone that's vulnerable though. Yeah, no, like the way this is why like many people complain. It's like the female characters are poorly written because they're not human. They're men with dresses, pretty much.
To a degree, yeah. They are definitely male-coded, shall we say.
Male code. That's an interesting.
CJR902 says, the brand thing isn't about grape. It's about wrongthink. Brand created too much trouble for the system, and they dug into his past to create a post hoc reason for cancelling him. That does seem to be the reason, yes. Adams Fowl says, Dev, when are you going to look at the things I sent to your DMs? Oh god, there's a lot of secret documents in there. Like a fucking War Thunder forum, I bet. McCall11 says, at Dev, say the cringe faster and make it shorter. Soul the Lich has been a member for 8 months. Thank you very much for your continued patronage. Approved thought, Dev. Nothing is connected. There is no corruption. Censorship is good. I'm a rebel, guys. Disagreement is disinfo. Or Dev isn't that bad.
Nah.
Ethan Rogers, Have you all seen Armored Skeptic's last 2 videos about Hollywood and General Holdo? If so, do you think he's correct or schizo-positing? I haven't watched an Armored Skeptic video in years and years. How about you, V?
Same. I gotta say, I didn't even know he exists anymore.
Yep, tragically fallen a bit off my radar. So, can't really comment. McCall11 says, V is right, Dev fascist has Anakin argument. Oh. We must protect the state. Well, I mean, if there's a Sith in power... Mr. Nuckless, how can someone debunk bad information when they're not allowed to speak at all? The wind is blowing in one direction and it's not hard to see. That is another good point as well, of course. Russell Brand currently is only available on Rumble, and, well, the problem is, as much as we would like to think that Rumble is a competitor, is an alternative, it is not, and it's probably going to be a very long time until it becomes one. To be fair, when there is major commentary like this, there are opportunities. Like, Rumble's front page is doing reasonably well. Like, you can get decent numbers on Rumble, but the problem is it's kind of like YouTube in this way, where if Rumble likes you and pushes your content, then you will do quite well. If it doesn't, well, Rumble doesn't really have much in the way of an algorithm, and so being discovered on Rumble is, if anything, probably even more difficult on YouTube, because at that point, it's a numbers game, and YouTube simply has more. Shaker Silver says, Dev, the people who warn Twitter of supposed misinformation are the same people who pushed the disinfo of 2016. Read the Durham report, they are partisan. That's a good point too. I do not believe for a second that the FBI is impartial, especially seeing as they said openly that they were not fans of Trump. Ian says, came back from the Dollar Meat store to see Dev fighting V. Based. The Dollar Meat store. Dev told us about the Dollar Meat store.
I do like that that's becoming a meme.
I don't think I would buy meat that cost $1.
No?
No.
What if it was an American dollar instead of a Canadian one?
Yeah, still as bad. Like, the shittest cut of decent, like, meat you can probably get in a Norwegian store is probably, what, 15, 20 bucks, honestly? McCall11 says, also, bad example. Twitter's community note is the right solution. Democracy, we'll see how it holds up in 2024. I actually, yes, actually, the community notes. I love the community notes because the community notes are dunking on absolutely fucking everybody. It's dunking on Christians. It's dunking on conservatives. It's dunking on Republicans. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's really funny to see like everyone, regardless of affiliation, get shafted by community notes. It's pretty funny.
Yes, the community notes.
Also, Arch, check DMs real quick.
Right. Oh, right. Thank you for the reminder. But yes, community notes. Love them. Love them. They are the single best invention that Twitter has made, and I want to see it on every social media site. Fuck. I want it signed into law. I want to see a fucking news report on my television with a pop-up going, readers have added context. This bitch be full of shit, yo. That's what I want to see. Fuck, I want it on YouTube. I want every video. You know those little COVID information bubbles on YouTube videos?
Yeah.
I want that, but community notice. All of them. It is one of the best solutions, best inventions in our democracy for quite some time. I fucking love the shit out of them.
Yeah, the problem is like there's no interest. See, like if what Dev is saying is true and the government legitimately had interest in order to find the truth and shit, then there would be community notes everywhere. But the fact that it isn't gets to tell you a lot.
Well, they might not have thought of it. Yeah, it is a relatively new idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Correct.
I want community notes everywhere. I want community notes in our fucking, like, newspapers. Digitalize the newspapers and have community notes. Fuck, put community notes on restaurant signs. Like, best steak in the city, community note. Actually, that's over here. So John says, Dev doesn't understand the slippery slope. Does Dev not slip?
Yes, I do. I also just understand that there's no reason to go down it, right? I mean, I know that there's an ideological connection, for example, between gay rights to gay marriage to trans nonsense to people having sex with kids. I've read the literature, like the theoretical literature, the political stuff. I know the connection's there, but you can simply say yes to one of those things and no to the other and say this is by my personal taste.
I mean,
there's no reason to go down a slippery slope.
The thing is, the slippery slope is a democratic problem, in my opinion. Because as the slippery slope becomes popular, you almost invariably end up sliding down the slope for the simple reason that the politicians will look at the slope and go, well, a lot of people seem to like the slope. I should ride the slope. And that is how the slippery slope becomes hard reality.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, in terms of, let's say, your personal beliefs, you know, the joke about me being a communist, joke, I know it's a joke. That is basically.
I don't think you know that, Dev, because if you knew it was a joke, you wouldn't be so insecure about it. Like the very fact that you have to repeat it like 5 times, it's like the joke is such a cringe matter. Shows me that you're not so sure that it's a joke. You're starting to be gaslit to the point where you believe it yourself.
My response is part of the joke. It's
Dev.
Okay. Anyway,
I bet you would vote for Bernie fucking Sanders, Dev. I bet
I don't think so.
You would fucking vote. You would go into that booth where no one gets to see you, and you would take that stamp and you would put it on his party, and you would be like, "Go Bernie," and you would feel that fucking burn, wouldn't you? You would.
In 2024, I'd probably vote Biden over Trump, but not Bernie.
Oh, there we go. Well, I mean,
and in Canada, hold on. And in Canada, I'll probably be voting Conservative over Trudeau because it's a different situation here.
Yeah,
but anyway, what I was trying to say. Okay, hold on. This sideline was your fault this time, V.
No,
did you make the thing with the hand though when you said this? Like, did you like this?
Okay. What I was trying to say is that the joke about me being a communist is based in the idea that if you hold certain, center-left views, through the process of the slippery slope, they inevitably degrade into communism and then into some kind of weird transhumanist future that Sargon talks about a lot. But there's no reason that you have to do that, right? You can simply be like, oh, I think that gay marriage is good and I think that having sex with kids is bad. And despite there being some sort of ideological connection between the two, we can simply say yes to the reasonable thing and no to the unreasonable thing because I can have my own subjective preferences. So I don't think that slippery slopes are necessarily universal or necessary or inevitable. I just think that we're experiencing one right now, but it doesn't have to be this way.
I have lost shit.
Nick Korkodilos says every Marxist and egalitarian ideology should be banned. I mean, I'm agreeing with the Marxist one, but the egalitarian. See, I see there are elements of egalitarianism that can be worthwhile in specific subsets of society. But Marxist ones, yes, we should treat the Marxists exactly like we treat Nazi ideology. Just ban it, nice and simple.
We already banned it in Romania, though.
Vulture 1066 says USA should reinforce the Canadian border. I mean, Biden would just tear down the wall anyway, so. I take it you guys have seen the lines of immigrants flooding across the southern border of the U.S.
They keep coming and coming.
They do. Oh, okay. Right. we actually need to return to a fucking point. First, a slight deviation of something just funny before we finally get to Unity.
I don't think we can get to Unity. I just said we'll get it next week. It's 2.5. I need to.
Don't worry. This is brief. Okay. Look at this.
Right.
Look at this. This is the solution to crime, right there. That fat robot there. New York is introducing robotic police officers.
It's going to be stolen.
Yes.
I don't even.
No. It's not going to be stolen within the first month of its deployment. Do you know how I know that?
Because they're going to guard it.
Yes. The robotic police officer is going to have 2 actual police officers going around with it.
We're staying here and we're like, how much is 2 + 2 level? I mean, this doesn't require much thinking. It's not, not much political analysis, social power needs to be spent here. It's just like so fucking obvious what's going to happen.
Yes, because the problem is this thing, this night scope, costs thousands of dollars. So
wait, where is it, Arch? I can't see it.
I put it in the link channel.
Is that the robot that I'm looking at? Is this machine with a propeller on the front of it?
No, there we go. There's the thing.
Okay.
This thing costs thousands of dollars. So unironically, V is entirely correct. The criminals are going to go down there with a fucking pickup truck, because it weighs like 400 pounds or something, and they are going to carry this piece of shit out, and they are going to get $1,000 payday for stealing this police officer. It is brilliant.
Yep. I guess the only reason that they're able to do it is it can't defend itself. It doesn't have a gun, does it?
It has no defensive measures. The best thing, like, what is it going to do in the case of a crime, right? Let's say on the New York subway, there's a woman alone. Bad eye fucking D immediately. And then a group of less than socially upstanding individuals elect to go and, entertain this woman. This thing, all it can do is beep boop up to this group of people, now writhing on the floor in all due likelihood, at 3 miles per hour and take pictures. And then it can go to the woman. If you press my button, we can call the police. Press my button for help.
Basically, like, this would work in a very high trustworthy society.
Fire is the answer.
Maybe, yes.
Like in Norway, it would probably work.
Literally, this thing is a Skyrim exploit waiting to happen. I guarantee you, someone will tread like a plastic bag over the top of it to hide a crime.
Well, I mean, we've already seen this kind of happen, right? Like, Arch, I'm sure you've seen these delivery robots, right?
Yep.
You have these little robots running around L.A. and San Francisco. They're delivering food, like for Uber Eats and stuff. Mm-hmm. They get robbed all the time.
Yep. People
just tip them over, take the food. They have an alarm going. Woo, woo, woo. No one cares.
No one cares. Because why would they?
There's tons of videos of delivery robots just getting robbed and getting tipped over, and it's like, well,
now what? Now, what will you do with this robot?
I mean, there's no cameras on them. It seems like there's no call home. They're not documenting who's stealing it. So, like, what do you do?
And this is, of course, going to be paid for with the taxpayers' dollars, obviously, and it will cost tens upon tens of thousands. The robot alone will be leased for $9 an hour, and it will be constantly accompanied by 2 police officers whenever it is on patrol. So, yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah, but that's stupid, right? Like, if you had, like, little drones, and maybe they would like take pictures, and then they would automatically call the police on their own if they detected something, that might be worth it. But having to escort this thing, like, there's no point.
So, Unity, real quick. Did you guys see the changes in the Unity regulations?
Yes.
What do you think?
I think they cocked. So no, I'll tell you what's happening. There's 2 problems that Unity is having. It's actually losing money, and there are a lot of games like Genshin Impact and other gacha shit, and Unity wants a slice of that. They also want to bully out the other competitors because there's a lot of phone games that use Unity. So apparently, initially, if you use their ad services and not a competitor, you wouldn't have to do with the install bullshit, right? Now, the initial thing was a little bit exaggerated. The idea was that if you have over $200,000 in sales in a video game, and over $200,000 installs, then you have to pay for installs. But what people didn't read is like, no, you go to Unity Pro and you get $1 million sales and 1 million installs. And like, there's very few games that do that much. But the main problem isn't their monetization settings. It's two issues, twofold. Number one, basing it on installs means that there is a cap which can technically go to infinite, right? Like people can constantly install a game that made over $1 million and you will just have to keep paying money. So many people didn't agree with that. And the second is like the changing of the terms of service after you agree to them initially. So like the fact that a company that you make a game now can then change terms of service and say, well, actually, you still need to pay us money, even if you're not supporting your game, even if you're not using our stuff. And it's also the fact that in order to monitor installs, I assume they have to use some sort of malware. Like when I install a video game from Ubisoft, from Unity, they probably have like some sort of tracker to verify if I install it or not. So like, what if I want to install it offline? Well, what if I want to, just not be connected to the internet? Like, can I still do that? Isn't it like a form of DRM? This is why people are upset, right? So now Unity went back and they're like, no, actually, if you use the previous version of Unity that you've used up till now, like you don't have to do anything else. Like you can maintain the same TOS. But it's going to be like $1 million worth of a video game and 1 million installs. And the reality is like almost no indie dev makes $1 million in revenue from a video game. So it's more for the gacha games. It's more for like the phone games and stuff. But the trust is lost. Like developers just do not trust Unity anymore after that, because like at any point they can just change their TOS again.
Yep. And I also think this was a little bit of a Trojan horse that they did here, because they still have not said anything about how they're going to track malicious installs or anything like that. All is just trust me, bro. But you will now have a 2.5% revenue share or the number of installs. And now there is no point, and you pay the lowest of the two, and there is no point in introducing a dual payment system where the client always pays the lowest of the two. That's pointless. They might as well just have introduced the 2.5% revenue share then, regardless, right? Because, but now, that sounds better, doesn't it? Oh, we will have to only pay a 2.5% revenue share. Well, that's a capped amount of money. That's much better. And there sits Unity rubbing its little hands together.
I
think it's
lost. Shit.
Like, first of all, I don't think it's legally binding in court. And this is due to the fact that you're banking on what a third party does in a contract. They basically settled this during Napster, where they tried to assess damages based on downloads. And they said, if someone downloaded a torrent, that's like one sale that we're missing. And the judges refused to do that. And they said, like, no, a simple download doesn't mean that it's a proof of sale. And you can't make a contract based on what other third parties are doing, right? Because then you can like assess damages to infinity, and that's not legally binding. So it's the same thing here with Unity. Like, I think they're going to get sued over this, regardless how they frame it. This is why like every single other company just does flat %. And they're like, okay, well, you're using our engine. If your game makes this much, then we want like 5% of the shares. And that's reasonable, right? Because like, you know how much you're selling, you know how much money you're making, so you can just give your percentage. But like when it comes to installs, you number one have to trust Unity, which again like has a reason to increase the number of installs. And secondly, an install doesn't guarantee a sale. Like a person can install a game twice or 3 times, and on top of that, you have piracy to worry about, right? So like, who's the one that measures if a game is pirated or not? Unity. Who profits if a game has more installs? Unity. Like, it's a conflict of interest.
Well, a few things have changed, though. I mean, if you look at the blog post that you posted, Arch, you see Unity Personal Plan will remain free. So if you're just like a small person using Unity Personal, it's like, okay, fine, whatever. No game with less than 1 million in trailing 12-month revenue will be subject to the fee. So basically, if you make a tiny game and you're poor and you can't afford any sort of fees because you only got like 100 sales on Steam, you're fine. And then they say the runtime policy, or the runtime fee policy, will only apply beginning with the next version of Unity shipping in 2024. Now, the reason they're doing that, and here, Arch, I'll send you this meme to describe why the reason they're doing that. Um, Pokemon, the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl remakes were very popular because that's Gen 4 Pokemon, one of the most popular generations. Nintendo used Unity for those remakes. And there are also other older high-profile games that used Unity from some very expensive companies. And I don't think Unity wants to eat a lawsuit from Nintendo because Nintendo has a lot of money. So I think a lot of this is them realizing, oh shit, if we retroactively apply this to previous versions of Unity, we're going to have everyone come after us. So they made it so it's 2024 and beyond, so it's okay. So that problem's settled. And then you guys mentioned the 2.5 revenue share or the calculated amount based on the number of new people engaging with your game each month. That doesn't necessarily mean installs. He's wording it very weirdly in this blog post. So
Yes, he is.
Calculated,
Did you notice the other part of it too? So
I
there are
noticed-
two parts of it. There's the engaging with your game, which is one thing to pick up on. He also says, what was it? You can choose the 2.5 or the runtime fee, and then he says you will always pay the lowest of the two. Explain to me, Dev, how can you choose whilst you always get the lowest of the two options?
Well, I mean,
maybe
I'm
you can choose to pay more, I guess.
You can choose to pay, maybe, but like, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you have a choice, but of course, in your interest, you would always choose the lesser option,
Yes.
the one that you pay less.
He's obfuscating, like he's being very, in my opinion, very dishonest. Because the way all of this is worded, you read this, and you barely understand what the fuck he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
But go
Did you pull up that meme, Arch, or no? You didn't. Oh.
No,
It's a good meme.
I don't want to though. I feel like I don't want to.
Anyway, yeah, the calculated amount based on the number of new people engaging with your game each month. So, like, does engaging mean that they installed the game? Does it mean that they turned the game on? They like double clicked the exe? Does it mean that they looked at the storefront page, or does it actually just mean like number of sales where the game has actually been booted up at least once? Because that would be reasonable.
Hold on. The thing is, like, this is not really their TOS yet. It's just like on their website. So we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. Like they will have to like put it on their website, and once they put it on their website, it will have to be like permanent.
Hold on. I'm not shilling for Unity, you fuck. What the fuck? God damn it. All right, go on. I had to yell at someone in the chat.
Why are you shilling for Unity, Dev?
I'm not.
I mean, look.
I'm
you know, like
explaining
I understand
things.
you being a comic, but like, isn't there like one level that like you wouldn't sink to, like some level of depravity that you say, okay, like this is too much
damn
of
it,
it for
V.
me. Like I'm not going to shill for Unity, you know. But like, are you being paid by them or something? Like, unironically, I'm starting to wonder.
God damn it, V.
Go on, Dev. Finish your thoughts.
Yeah, finish your thoughts. Come on.
I'm
keep
not
shilling.
shilling for Unity. That's the whole thought.
But see, like saying it and your actions are two different things. Like my point is that I don't care what a person is saying. I'm guessing how a person is acting. And look, all I'm saying is you're shilling for Unity.
What actions though?
Well, I don't know, but like pretty much they're pretty self-explanatory. If the chat is saying that you're shilling for it,
Clearly, if the
No.
chat says it, it must be true.
That's just dev derangement syndrome.
you just wanted community notes, Dev, right? Like the chat is community noting your ass. What do you think community notes is about?
That is true. Every Dev video, Dev is a well-known communist.
Community
Consume with
notes
care.
are just the stupidity of democracy coming through.
God, no. The Outraged DF says, V. Russell used to be an outspoken leftist. He is now a perceived right-winger. The only thing worse than a heretic is an apostate. Yes. Apostate's bad. But yes, the Unity thing. I think that this was probably a little bit of their plan already, to try and squeeze through a 2.5% revenue share, which I think is going to be a lot worse than the runtime fee. And eventually in the future, they're going to say that they're going to drop the runtime fee, but keep the revenue share.
Shit.
That's what I think their plan is.
Probably,
Did you watch their stream about it, answering questions?
No, because if I wanted to be lied to, I'd just go on Twitter.
Well, I mean, they did get roasted, but I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know how bad it was. I don't know.
I'm
if,
thinking
'cause,
pretty bad.
listen, yeah, their chat and their super chats are like full of a lot of anger, but I don't know if they're actually replying to anything.
Unity
I
has
haven't seen it
super
either.
chats turned on.
Well, no, it's the guy's personal YouTube he's streaming on, so
Okay.
he's getting all the super chats. Not even Unity.
I feel like there's something scummy there, but details. Alright, let's try working our way through the rest of the Super Chats too. Malware says, do you think Cyberpunk DLC will fix the game? I hope so. Do I believe so? Probably not, but I hope so. Because I would really like to like Cyberpunk. I really would. Like, I love the idea of it. I do. I love the setting, the potential characters, the potential weaponry, the potential adventures you could have in Night City. I love all of that. And to be fair, it is one of the prettiest games made in recent memory. So if the DLC will fix it, I will be very happy.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Not sure my naivete will be rewarded, mind you, but, hopes and prayers.
Man, you know what's a surprisingly good-looking and good game? Lies of P. Like, I'm very surprised. Like, that came out of nowhere, and it's great.
That's
The
a very
thing that I
homosexual
wondered
game,
is like,
Dev.
okay, so I'm playing the game, right? And then there's a female character, and it actually looks like a woman, and that just like
Yep.
fucked with my brain like that McDonald's commercial. It's like, what? Like women exist in video? What the fuck? and then
She's
I
actually
realized,
like attractive and decent looking.
yeah, and it's like, oh, it's not made in California. Yeah. Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's made in
Oh.
Korea.
To be fair, okay, slight little deviation yet again. The McDonald's commercial has had some very interesting reactions to it.
Oh god,
hasn't it?
I gotta go. I gotta go.
You don't have to. You can be here forever. It's fine.
I will just stay for the McDonald's commercial, but I'm leaving after.
So, oh god, it's being
Yeah, to be fair, Arch, I gotta go in 20 minutes too.
it's misbehaving
up.
right now, so I can't really put it
My
up on screen. But a lot of the reactions to the McDonald's commercial. So, in case you're unaware, McDonald's made a commercial with a family eating at McDonald's, and they're all super happy, and it's anime, so they're all super cutesy, and everything looks great, right? And it's a very obviously kind of praying commercial, shall we say, in that it obviously is intended to show you the ideal thing. It's like, oh my god, look at this incredibly happy family. They're having so much fun. Wouldn't you want to go to McDonald's too? 10 years ago, this would be viewed as cynical in the extreme. But today, a near unified group of leftists all yelled at it. It's like, this isn't real. Families can't have fun. I'm childless and happy. Like, they got really angry at this.
What's even more interesting is how the Japanese reacted, and they were like something like people in the US are still demoralized that even like what's normal they can't tell anymore.
Wait,
So like
I haven't seen any Japanese reactions. Do you have any, V?
because I do go on Japanese
I have
forums because I work
lost-
with fucking Japanese artists, so I'm interested in it. Yes.
Okay,
And,
actually, I'm gonna make a video on this. So can you send those to me? Can you like DM to me?
What do I get in return, Dev? Like you keep taking and taking, but like what are you ever giving back, Dev?
Well,
you did take from me.
V,
Fucking
V,
give it to you. I'll give it to you. Shut the fuck up. I'm giving it to you.
V, I'm allowing you to
I'm giving
take.
it to
No,
you.
no,
I'm
I'm
giving it
answering your question. I'm allowing you to take half of the super chats and not making you take a third.
It's not
God.
about money, Dev. It's not about money.
But here's the thing, though. Okay, Arch, it's not about money.
There you
Arch,
go.
thank you very much. Arch, in that link that you just posted from Permaband, give me Banhammer. If one of those is it the third or fourth? It's the second image. You see the quote in the corner by Winifred J. Oathill. He says the quotes on this are revealing that this ad is Jewish kryptonite.
Yep.
Now, I don't think this is necessarily just a left-wing thing. That guy doesn't seem like a leftist to me.
Fair enough.
So it's like there's a lot of angry people here, yes, but I don't think it's exclusively a left-wing thing this time. I think everyone's getting their jimmies rustled.
Dev, if 99.9% of the people are leftists, and
There
there's like
is a
one
lot of
retard that-
people accusing the commercial of being pedophilic too, of all fucking things.
Yes, because again, it's the internet. The new moral panic is that if it's anime, it must be pedophilia because Vice magazine told them so. But like it is just ignore. Like these people are inconsequential. In 2-3 years, like this whole nonsense will go away. Unironically, like there was a person that suggested that you should be placed on a registry if you like cartoons. So I'm like, okay, if a pedophile moves next to me and they're like knocking at my door and they're saying they're on the registry, I now have to ask, did you like a McDonald's commercial or did you actually molest children? Because like I can't fucking know at this point. Like we're talking about different levels of public danger, right? So like, can you please, for the love of fucking God, stop watering down the definition? And what, you know, like why it triggers me, because I'm not even interested in lolly and that type of shit. This is disgusting. I agree. But what really upsets me about this, like when I grew up in the 90s, it was like if you listen to heavy metal music, it's because it's satanic. So you worship Satan. If you watch slasher movies, there's something unhinged with you. Like you can snap at any point and pick up a knife because you watch American slasher films. If you what else was there? Because like there was another one that was even worse. They're like slasher movies. You've played D&D. You're probably doing dark magic. Oh, if you play GTA, every single fucking time. Ironically, like when there was a mass shooting in the United States, Fox News would say, "Do you know what the mass shooter did? He was playing GTA. He was playing GTA, and that's what got him. That's what got him." And I'm like, you know, just shut the fuck up. All right, like it's a McDonald's commercial. Chill the fuck out. Am I wrong here? Like, am I? And not to mention, do you know how difficult it is to carbon date a fucking drawing, Arch? Like, obviously, in some cases, it's obvious. Like for example, okay, like the kid in the McDonald's commercial is a lolly. But there were things that even the mother is underage. And like, how the fuck can the mother be underage? Look at her. Look at her. Like, it's obviously an adult. But like, no, like the whole thing. And this is what I genuinely think. There is a push, and there's a lot of useful idiots that want to make anime be censored. Like they legitimately want anime to be gone, so you can watch the bullshit Netflix, so you can watch the bullshit DC and Marvel, so you can watch the bullshit shit that's failing right now, and they believe it's failing because of anime. So I do expect you're going to see more censorship in anime than you have ever before, and these people are legitimately carrying water for this type of culture.
We must protect the anime. We must make everybody consume anime. We cannot allow any other form of media to exist.
I will tell a hard pill to swallow to every single conservative that's out there, even Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh, you're watching this, look at me, I'm looking at you. Listen, motherfucker. I learned more conservative values from fucking Naruto and from My Hero Academia than I have learned from church, than I have learned from Jesus, than I have learned from my teachers or the television. Anime has taught me the value of fucking friendship, of respecting your family, of respecting your roots and heritage. Do you know who did that? Uzumaki Naruto. Fucking Uzumaki Naruto made me appreciate this shit more than any other conservative twat out there. And because the left understands this is why they try to co-opt every single entertainment medium so that they can push their ideology through entertainment. And in return, the right-wingers are like, well, let's ban the only thing that is still fucking decent out there. You know, I remember like watching American TV shows, and in every single one, fucking, for no reason. You're watching like The Flash, or you're watching, like all of a sudden they start to fuck. It's like in The Last of Us. It comes out of nowhere, right? I don't remember seeing that in many animes. I don't remember seeing that in Naruto. I don't remember seeing that. Even in Dragon Ball, they don't fuck. Right? Like they flirt. You got some fan service. Maybe you see a little bit of skin on a booba here or there. Sometimes they kiss. But you know what? Compared to the bullshit that's on mainstream American television, like Game of Thrones, where in the first episode the Dennis Longboard gets raped, don't come here and moralize that I'm watching my purest art form. Fucking anime.
V.
Yeah.
I mean, Shinji did masturbate over Asuka's naked 15-year-old tits when she was unconscious.
In what episode?
It was the end of the show.
Which one?
Are you confusing Naruto with Neon Genesis Evangelion?
Because
if you are,
that's also anime,
you.
though. No, that is anime.
Okay,
though.
but like, hold on.
There's a lot of sexual content in anime. V, come on.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. But like, this is why I hate when people talk about anime in general, right? Like, you can. It's kind of like me saying that TV shows are bad, and I'm like, why? And I give like some examples of some TV shows that I don't like. It's like, no, it's an entire industry. Like, pick your fucking genre and say you don't like this anime because such and that's a different conversation. And don't come to me and say that Uzaki-chan is underage because then I'm going to look at you like you're a fucking retard. But like, other than that, I understand if you can say you don't like Rido of Healer because, it has like certain themes that you don't. That's fine. You don't have to watch it. But like, if I talk about Naruto Uzumaki, don't bring me example from like some smoothie other hentai. It's like me talking and saying, I genuinely like Hercules. Like Hercules is a good show, and you're like, well, yeah, but like, did you see Pornhub? And it's like, but what does that? Well, that's a show as well. And it's like, no.
I'm just fucking around, V. I know exactly what you mean. And to be honest, when I was listening to your whole rant, I pretty much agree with the whole thing. I do think that basically because of the language barrier, you're not necessarily seeing as quick of let's say a progressive infiltration of anime or of
No,
Japanese
that
games
is.
as you
There
did.
totally
No, there
is.
is, but it's not as quick. It's not as quick. It's not happening nearly as quickly because of the language barrier. And I think they're pissed about that, which is why they're infiltrating the translation stuff instead. So now they're ruining translations of games, they're ruining translations of anime. So it's
The thing that I hate is how should I even put it? The standard that which anime is held to, right? So like for example, if in My Hero Academia one of the characters is 16, even though like that one with the big tits that manages to pull items out of her ass, I don't know the names, but like lore wise she is 16, right? Now if she was to engage in anything sexual, you would have like the left and the Puritans freak out. Like unironically, the furries that like diaper porn, like they would freak out over that. However, if you have like literally the same thing happening in Game of Thrones, where Daenerys Stormborn is underage and they're actors, right, with real people, and they simulate the sexual stuff, that's fine.
Getting Dothrakid.
Getting Dothraki is fine. No one gets outraged, no, not right. But like, if it's an anime, whoa, and like, you know what? I genuinely don't think that you care about the issue. I think you have underlying objectives. I genuinely think that you are not like a concerned citizen that's like, oh my fucking god, in this anime, this girl with big tits that the Lord says is 16 is like, blah, blah, blah. No, I think, and especially like when there's nothing sexual happening in the anime to begin with, right? I genuinely think that it's an attempt to demoralize people who go through puberty. Like, you have young men, they're going through puberty, they start liking watching these things, and the whole thing is to demoralize it, to think that it's unhealthy for them to do so. Like, if they like to see a beautiful girl in their cartoons, like when we grew up with Xena, Buffy, or whatever the fuck, like when we were teenagers and we liked that stuff, right? It was completely normal, but now they want you to believe that if you like that stuff, you are porn obsessed, you're a freak, you're right, so that they demoralize you and you think that there is something wrong with you. There's absolutely nothing wrong with you, okay? Like if you like watching anime because it has attractive female characters and shit, and you're a man, that's perfectly fine. All right, like love is love and all that shit. So that.
I mean, that's part of it, V. That's definitely part of it. I mean, some of it is just political, where they view it as a vehicle to push politics, so they're going to subvert and infiltrate and then push politics. Some of it is, as you described, V. Some of it, I think, is because the people who have put themselves in these positions, they used to bully the previous generation of people when they were younger. So, for example, like a lot of people who bullied me when I was back in grade school, I still have them on my normie Facebook. They're very progressive now. They're very progressive now. And they're talking about how kids shouldn't bully and all this. And it's like, well, maybe you grew up, but also maybe you just saw where the wind is blowing, right? So this is a big
maybe you're just bullying in a new way.
Exactly right.
Hold
on. Let me finish that real quick though, because this was a big thing that we noticed in Gamergate, right? Like a lot of the people who were on the anti-Gamergate side of things, they were the exact type of person, especially if they were women, who would bully nerdy guys 10 years prior, right? So now that these institutions, or not these institutions, now that these like markets have money in them, lots of money, they have cultural influence, we've gone from seeing normies ridicule you for enjoying them to trying to make them all about them. So like basically the translators of various games and anime, the creators of various really terrible shows and movies that the West is currently facing, all of those people, they were the ones who were bullying you for liking nerd shit when you were like 10 or 12 years old.
I agree. But like the thing that I want to point out is like why many people enjoy anime they are the only one that have wholesome female characters. Like sensuality just doesn't exist in the West anymore.
It does not.
Vulnerability doesn't exist in any female character. They're uninteresting, right? Now, they will say, well, go watch porn. And I'm thinking, like, but what if I just want to watch a romantic stuff? You know, like, am I not allowed to watch? Like, if I don't want to watch the porn on Pornhub where they're going, and it's just so disgusting and vile. And I just want to watch a romantic story. You know, like you used to watch Beauty and the Beast with Walt Disney. I still watch those sometimes, you know, with my wife. Like, I watched Mulan the other week. And it's like, I just want to watch a romantic story. I don't want to watch the fucking, you know? Like, if I watch Uzaki-chan, no, seriously, like, if you watch Uzaki-chan, like, doing some fan service and it's hilarious and shit.
You want, like, a wholesome romance story, yeah.
Yeah, or Rental Girlfriend, you know, like, certain animes that are fine.
Ah, yes, prostitution, the story.
Yeah,
it's not that, Arch. It's not that.
It is that. Shut your little whorehole. Now,
it's different.
2 points to wrap this up before going on with the super chats, you little loudmouth bastards. 1.
Yeah, I gotta go in 5 minutes.
Naruto teaches many valuable lessons, including that endless struggle builds power, and that violence solves most problems. And 2, Asuka is best girl, Rei is kind of bad. There you go.
And you also,
I can't prefer Rei, Arch, sorry.
Yeah, that's because you're wrong, communist.
Regarding Naruto, by the way, it also teaches that if you have connections, like if you have the correct family tree, you're going to get ahead in life. Because, like, let's see, Naruto is the son of the Hokage. He's trained by one of the legendary Saiyajins. Right? Like the whole show is trying to say that if you work hard, you're like, no, fuck that. He had connections. The bitch had nepotism.
So I guess
ended up a loser like his teacher. Like his teacher ends up a loser by the end of the show. If you think about it, got no friends, no wife, no one likes him. That's what Naruto should have been. See, like that literally taught me values and morals that no conservative managed to. I'm sorry, Dev. Go on.
Here, just real quick. I know that it's more of a normie anime, but which faction did everyone ultimately side with in Attack on Titan?
Dev.
Yeah.
It's Advance of the Titans. Now shut up.
I mean, obviously the Jaegerists, right? You got to side with the fascists.
Eren did nothing wrong, and the Jaegerists were 100% right. The other people just wanted.
I side with whatever side Mikasa is on. Zonta says, how long until the 5th column within the right replaces the woke as our enemy, the way the woke did the neocons? I give it 4 years at the most. I'm more optimistic. I think it'll be a good 10 years before we have to start opposing the right en masse. We will have a nice period of medium freedom in the middle before we have to get back into the trenches.
Do you know what the right-wingers think? Like, I have seen, like, some of the more conservative individuals saying that even if you have sex with your wife for pleasure, but not for procreation, that's a sin, Arch.
Yeah, that is a sin. What the fuck's wrong with you?
That is a sin, but, like, what if I want to be sinful?
Well, then you go to fucking hell, don't you? Burn me.
Like,
Burn.
Like, if I already, like, assume that, like, okay, this is where I'm going, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I have a succubus who has an avatar, like, why the fuck do they think that I care? And yet they still
They're trying to save your eternal soul, V. They're trying to save you. You are not to be saved. You will burn, V.
I think that they just want to feel morally superior. I think like the right-wing virtue signal.
I think you're going to burn, and I think they want to try and help you. There you go.
So you think they will go to heaven, Arch?
Yes.
Why?
Because they told me so.
Oh, I see. That's how it works.
Yes.
So like
just like when the government tells me it does nothing wrong.
When you're at the Golden Gates and Peter is looking at you, you'll be like, why do you need to go here? Because I told Arch I will.
Mr. Luckless says, don't be angry with the Canadian. He has never tasted the sweet taste of freedom. Must be all that maple syrup. That's true. He is an oppressed minority. Arnosval says, Dev, you already know that all intelligence agencies knew that the Hunter laptop story was not a gay ops or Russian information. That's true as well. They knew that he wasn't fake. They knew that it wasn't real, more correctly.
So the issue with that is that there's some evidence, not conclusive evidence, but some evidence that they knew. However, I guess the issue is how long do you think is reasonable for them to have figured out that the laptop was real? Oh my god! Right? Jesus. Because they had it
about
for
5 minutes.
They had it for 5 months, right? Is that enough time to actually fully investigate it?
Yes.
Maybe, I don't know.
They are the single largest intelligence organizations on the face of the fucking globe. Their sister company, the CIA, has an octopus surrounding the Earth as their official logo.
And they're also incompetent enough to be like demasked by retards on 4chan. So I don't think they're that competent, actually.
I
you
think
see-
they are. I think we should expect them to be far more competent than they are.
The thing is, it's like, oh
The
my god, they
bigotry
got
of
the
high
mask on
expectations.
4chan, and who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? Like, look at the Jeffrey Epstein thing.
no,
almost everyone knows, left wing, right wing, no, and so what? And, it's kind of like, oh, I figured it out, and what? I used to play. Hold on. No. This
Okay,
is
go
really
ahead.
important. I used to play a campaign that Arch made. It was a very beautiful campaign.
You're about to go off on a fucking rant.
No, it's very small. Trust me, right? So you made the campaign where we went into I don't know some like evil place, and there was like this vampire lord, right? But he was pretending he wasn't a vampire. And at one point, I think Dev found out. Like I think Dev was playing it, or someone else. It's like, we found out that he's a vampire. And I'm like, okay, and. Like, so what? It basically, like, if it's someone that's more powerful than you, Dev, even if you uncovered their secrets, so fucking what? Like, what next? If you can't back it up, if you don't do the thing, then shut up. Like, no one cares. You're like, oh, the CIA is getting unmasked. No one cares he's getting unmasked.
No.
Don't give a
point.
shit.
Okay, no. The point wasn't to say, aha, we discovered you, and then expect them to be vanquished. The point was to say is that they're largely incompetent.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
And okay.
No, I don't believe that. I don't think they're incompetent, no.
Okay. All right. I mean, I do.
Danish Jargon says, it's fine when I don't like the
I
target.
have lost.
Dev, 2023.
Everyone thinks that way, whether they admit it or not. Even
not
liberals.
Not really.
Yes.
And I will tell you why. I have defended many leftist channels over my course of lifetime when they got demonetized or they got banned.
Mm-hmm. No, I know, but that's because it's part of your morality.
Yes.
That's the point.
No, but like the point is you should make a system to separate between morality that's universal and morality that is target based.
Is there really universal morality? Like I know that
Yeah.
you and I had the conversation about 2 years ago.
No one deserves to be raped there.
Hold on. You and I had the conversation like 2 years ago on universal morality, but I'm not sure there actually is.
About something else. No, maybe it's difficult for me to express myself. But what I'm saying is like universal morality. It means like rules that apply to everyone, regardless of what they are or what they do, right? So like if you say something, no one should be tortured. That is universal, right? If you say that terrorists should be tortured, that's not universal. That's based on a subjective interpretation, whether or not someone is a terrorist or not, right? Like that is the difference. And I feel like there should be differences between morality where someone says everyone has the right to speak versus the morality where you say, well, hate speech is not allowed, right? Because now you have to differentiate between like what is hate speech, what isn't, right? So like
I understand that. But like since we have no time, the TLDR of it is basically like I agree with you, V, but I also understand that whenever there's an exception, you and I will always, and everyone will always go for the exception, right? So for example, like, yes, you and I are both free speech. We're both pro free speech. But are there instances where we would ban people from like posting on our channels if they pissed us off enough? The answer is probably, all right? People don't hold to their actual standards. They just don't.
I don't think I ever banned anyone from my channel unless they were spam or stuff. Like I'm willing to like
spam is free speech, V.
I don't think it's because you're not really
going to start equivocating about free speech.
But
are you
not
carving out
speech
exceptions based on your own morality, V?
Hold on. I am willing.
Your own subjective judgments.
Well, are you going to allow me to talk? I am willing to make this compromise. Like if I were to know that I'm getting free speech, right? Like there's no more censorship, I would be willing to accept spam as long as I have a mute button and I don't have to see it, because free speech doesn't necessarily mean that you gotta listen to what someone says, right? So like if someone spams, everyone should be able to just like, people who want to see the spam could see the spam, people who don't want to see the spam could just mute it. So I would be fine with that. Yeah, like no, like if there was a system that like literally everyone had this and it was a principle, sure, I would deal with spam, no problem.
Yeah.
Wow.
So basically the idea is like. The idea basically is like no one ever gets censored ever, but we have a very common social expectation that you mute or block people as you see fit.
I would, for example, go with like what the Supreme Court has limits to free speech, because I think like that's a good thing. Like for example, blackmail, child pornography. Like there are a couple of things that sure, even though their speeches they shouldn't be protected for obvious reasons. But like these exceptions are really easy to prove. They're not ambiguous. It's not like hate speech where there's like wiggle room and ambiguity. It's like no, like you know what a blackmail is, like you know these things. But I also think that it shouldn't be the social media platforms that ban these things. It should be the police. So like you
I
need
agree.
to get a court
Yep.
order. You need to have like an investigation or something, and that's how you deal with it. And this is how the internet used to be from the 90s all the way up until 2015, I guess. So like what I'm suggesting
No, I
is
completely
something like
yeah.
it's not out of the ordinary. I'm not like suggesting something that hasn't been done. Of course, like children should not, in my opinion, shouldn't even be using the internet until they're 14, unless like parent supervision and stuff. And it should be the role of the parents to keep children safe, not the role of corporations. But yeah, that's my take on it.
Artisfal says, Dev, Fifth Circuit found that the US government violated citizens' constitutional rights by going to social media companies. SCOTUS, next up. Supreme
Hold on.
Court.
That's not exactly true. That
I need
case
to go.
is still.
I thank you for having me, Arch. It was really good. And thank you, people, for super chatting. It was a great show. And Dev, I appreciated arguing with you, and I'll see you next week.
Of
Yeah,
course,
show
man.
up an
See
hour
ya.
earlier next week, V.
See you later, man.
See ya.
But yeah, that case is still on the it's still in the courts. It's still being decided. It hasn't been decided yet.
Incidentally, chat, the actually best anime waifu is not Asuka, it's Roxanne from that one anime. Just to make that clear too. Let's point out.
Wait, who's that?
She is best waifu.
I don't know who Roxanne is. What's the
Roxanne
picture?
is best waifu.
I have no clue what this show is, unfortunately.
The show is not very good, but Roxanne is still best waifu. What You Hatin says, tonight's stream was founded by Devon V Fighting. Funded. Yes. Yes, indeed. Judah Cricket's been a member for 9 months. It's inherently coercive because the government operates solely through the use of force, even if they aren't overtly threatening, the threat exists. Dev cringes away. He has been struck with truth. Pandace, Dev, out here really thinking the government is benevolent and are really just asking. I wonder why he has such faith when they constantly power grab. Dev is naive, hopeful, optimistic. All of these things and more are wrong. So John says, Dev, when the feds asked Twitter to take it down, was it through official channels or through their agents inserted into Twitter? Well, it was through the agents walking in the door. Not a very official channel. Honors foul, never attribute to incompetence that which can more easily be explained by malice.
Yeah, I mentioned that last time, and it's actually the inverse.
It is the invert.
It's much more likely to me that these agencies are incompetent, not that they're evil.
But that is a lot of incompetence. And malice seems like a decent explanation for at least some of it.
It's a lot of incompetence, but it's a big government.
McWell11 says, Dev wrong again. Google and Meta AD Dupoli is evil. AD Dupoli? 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 Is that Canadian for something? Dupoli. Dupoli.
I have no idea.
The digital ad thing where all of the advertisers go together, apparently. Duopoly. Duopoly, Google, and Facebook. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, yeah, duopoly.
Yeah,
okay,
the duopoly is evil. Well, I do agree. Otherwise, Fall says, the dagger is to fight evil where a Sikh should find it. Oh, so it's up to the Sikh what is evil.
Service guarantees
That's
citizenship.
very beneficial, if nothing else. What is your definition of evil? Depends. Mr. Grey Cat says, hei sann, har ikke mye å bidra til samtalen i streamen. Jeg vil bare si hei, fortsett med det gode arbeidet. Du har kule ting i nettbutikken. Selg ut mer, gutten min. I'll consider selling out more. God. Dev, do you speak a second language? He's too busy.
I used to know like a little bit of Chinese, but not anymore. I know in Canada you're supposed to learn English and French, and I completely rejected all of my French classes because fuck that bullshit.
See, it's a real bother when you switch over from one language to the other quickly. It makes your brain just kind of bum shift gears for a little bit. Scarford Strange says, I think Sikhs are why Indian action movies are such anime levels of badass. That it might be. I do highly recommend the movie RRR, in that it is just complete, absolute, retarded insanity. It is one of the dumbest movies I have ever seen in my entire life. It is absurd. And that is what makes it great. It is an excellent movie. So long as you don't care about, the story. Honest Fall says, I do enjoy the fact Dev thinks his time driving a dump truck somehow gives him insight to the inner machinations of the top-level actors.
Hold on, everyone in the chat is saying, of course Dev learned Chinese. Listen, I'm not a CCP spy. I had a Chinese girlfriend in university, guys.
That's a good... That's how they recruit them, Dev.
Well, we broke up, so it's not like she recruited me.
Oh my god! Cover story! Artemis also says, didn't the government pay Antifa millions of dollars after arresting them for burning DC while Trump was getting inaugurated? I don't know about that. I have no idea.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that either. It's possible, but I don't know.
He also says, what's Dev's opinion on Ray Epstein only getting misdemeanor charges when he is only camera and audio directing people to tear down barricades and storm the Capitol? System working as intended?
I haven't looked into that one either. But I mean, if he's on camera, like, directing people, there's probably some sort of incitement charge you could get out of that. I don't know, though.
There was one guy who was also outside the Capitol, though, and got like 18 years for reporting on it. So I'm skeptical towards a lot of those proceedings, but I haven't looked fully into it. So,
are you talking about Owen Schroyer?
I think maybe that might be it. I don't know.
So he got 18 months, and the reason he got 18 months is because he violated a previous order to not attend riots at the Capitol, because he'd already done it once before. That's why he got hit so hard.
I don't think it was that. I think there was one who got a very long sentence, but I could be wrong. I've only seen it superficially. So on the lit says, Dev loves that sweet government footwear. A Stray Dog says, with the way they both love arguing with each other, is there going to be a wedding? Would Aunt be the pastor to marry them? Hail Arch. Well, Dev, you have said you are gay, so...
Only bi. Come on.
Well,
Naomi's a girl.
Bi is gay. We've agreed on this.
Hold on. So I'm a gay guy who's dating a girl?
Yep.
How does that work?
Well, it's what we call self-delusions. Not getting out of the closet.
Oh, they're talking about the Proud Boys leader who got 22 years. Is it Enrico Taro?
Maybe. All I remember is there was one guy who didn't actually enter the Capitol and he got a ridiculous punishment.
Yes, that was Enrico Taro. Or Enrique Taro? I forget what his fucking name was.
Stone Age 7 says, my conspiracy theory is that Dev is playing dumb for Super Chats, so have a dono. It's very convincing. To be fair, if that is true, I don't mind. And the field says, yes, won't someone rid me of this priest? Artist fault.
Yeah, I don't buy that logic. People keep saying it to me. I see it all over the place, and it's like, no, guys, that's not some sort of universal rule.
If only we could see evidence of the government clearly carrying out the wishes you claim are just personal expressions, Dev. If only, indeed.
Here we go. I looked it up. Enrico Taro was sentenced to 22 years in prison because it included a terrorism enhancement.
Enhancement.
Well, the reason, they used like 9/11 era laws about like terrorism making sentences longer, and the reason is because they got a hold of like his, I think it was like a Discord message where he was like planning shit and he was getting people to do stuff. He was saying stuff like "do what must be done," and like shit like that. And it's like, all right, so they definitely threw the book at this guy, but it does seem to be the case that he was not like innocent or anything.
Yeah, but innocent and 20 years in jail. There's a difference between the two.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I don't like those 9/11 era terrorism charges either. I think that those laws that allow you to add on more years that's bullshit. Like he's clearly guilty. He probably deserves some punishment. 22 years seems like it's too much.
Kraus donates a very generous $50. Thank you very much. To say Assalam alaikum, brother. Should you need to bring Dev to a roof, let me know.
I have lost.
I have an escalator ready. Well, alaikum assalam, brother, and I'll inform you when we bring Dev to the roof. But I think we're gonna need a hefty one.
I've got to go. I'll see you later, man.
So yeah.